Hello and welcome to Hidden Dusk, a place where the night grows quiet and the shadows begin to tell their stories. Before we begin, dim the lights, get comfortable and relax. And if you enjoy calm and eerie stories like this, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now, let the darkness guide you into tonight's story. I have to go back a lot of years to set the stage for what happened, and I need to paint the picture carefully so you can feel exactly what I felt that hot summer afternoon. It was August of 2009, one of those weeks when every morning the sun blasts down before you have time to finish your first coffee, and every evening the air still clings to your skin long after dark. I was living in the little slice of Appalachia that everyone around here calls Nipa, northeast Pennsylvania, but if you drive 20 minutes in the right direction you could almost convince yourself you were somewhere in West Virginia. Hills roll into hills, tree crowns overlap like a green sea, and the mountain hollows swallow sound in a way that makes you realize how tiny you really are. Old chemical smells from abandoned coal operations drift on the breeze if the wind shifts the wrong way. But most of us who grew up here hardly notice. It is the scent of home. That year I was 24 and working a job at a steel fabrication plant that sat in the valley north of Stroudsburg. It was not glamorous labor, but in 2009 you held on to whatever work put food on the table. Most days I sweated through a 12-hour shift on the shop floor, wore earplugs because the grinders screamed in metal tones that bit the soul, and practiced the art of letting my brain drift while my hands did the same repetitive task. When the whistle finally blew, I always felt half deaf and half numb, but there was a kind of comfort in that because it meant I could tune out life's bigger problems for a while. That particular Friday started like every other. Pre-dawn alarm ringing, quick rinse in a cramped bathroom still fogged from my roommate's earlier shower, coffee from a tin that was more sawdust than grounds, and a long drive down the two-lane to clock in before sunrise. By the time afternoon rolled around, and those August afternoons seemed to slow time itself, I was counting the seconds left on the shift board. The moment my number came up, I shut off the welding torch, carried the stench of burnt steel to the locker, scrubbed my face under a faucet that only ran scalding or ice, and punched my card with a satisfying clack. My body sagged, but a strange energy curled in my spine, the way you feel after finishing a heavy workout. Weak in the muscles yet alert in the mind. Every other day I would have pointed my old Chevy Cavalier toward my apartment, taken Route 940 west, and parked in front of the 4-unit brick building where the downstairs neighbor always yelled at her kids for leaving bikes in the lot. I would have microwaved leftovers and fallen into an internet rabbit hole until sleep crept over me. That was the routine, safe and easy, but something different stirred that afternoon. Maybe the humidity made me restless. Maybe the new Black Label Society album I had bought at the FYE in the mall was calling for a test drive. Maybe I just wanted to get lost for an hour before facing the usual weekend chores. Whatever the reason, I decided to skip the straight path home and wander north. I remember turning onto Route 191 without much thought, letting the steering wheel glide under my palm as the sign for mountain homes slid past. Anyone who has traveled 191 knows it is one of those roads that lives in two times at once. One moment you pass chain pharmacies and supermarkets built during the late 1980s Pocono real estate boom. The next moment the forest closes in and the asphalt narrows like you have crossed an invisible line into a forgotten decade. Old tourist motels lean against the trees in half collapse, their letters missing from hand-painted signs. Ois vacancies. Long-time locals remember when Philadelphia honeymooners flocked here in droves, when every bend in the road boasted a neon heart or a champagne glass-shaped jacuzzi advertisement. That era dwindled by the mid-90s. Developers kept raising shiny retail boxes along the main corridors, but the tourist joints died, leaving empty shells with paint peeling in the rain and moss eating the roofs. Cruising past those relics, I felt something like nostalgia even though I had never lived through the heyday. Maybe I was nostalgic for the quiet itself, the sense that civilization thinned out so quickly once you left the strip malls. I rolled down the windows. The air wrapped me in wet heat and pine scent, and for the first time all day I could breathe without tasting metal dust. Zakk Wylde's guitar riffs slid from the dash speakers. It was halfway through the track Parade of the Dead, and I found my head nodding, the beat matching the rhythm of the tires drumming seams in the pavement. Driving does that to me. After a few miles, the tension in my shoulders melts away, and my eyes start wandering from the straight-laced center lines to the scenery on the verge. I let the car coast 15 under the limit just to stretch the pleasure of being behind the wheel. Now, if you have ever driven alone on a 2-lane mountain road late in a summer afternoon, you know how the sun angles between the tree trunks, how it flickers like a zoetrope. Bright dark, hypnotic. You know how your peripheral vision picks up glints that might be empty soda cans or might be deer eyes. How you must keep one foot hovering near the brake in case a buck leaps out. That day I was half paying attention, half daydreaming about the upcoming weekend raid my guild was planning in World of Warcraft. My left hand drummed the steering wheel. My right hand reached over to tap the volume knob just as the track changed to Overlord. That is when something oily and black streaked through the corner of my vision. At first my mind filed it away as a trick of light. The road was patchy, bands of shadow and sun weaving across cracked tar. Shiny things appear in the ditch after rainstorms. Discarded garbage bags, tarps, even black bears rummaging for wrappers. But this was not in the ditch. It emerged from the undergrowth on the right side of the highway, stepped with surprising deliberation onto the gravel shoulder, and then onto the road itself. I clicked off the stereo instinctively. It is funny how we all believe we see better when there is less noise, as though ears and eyes connect behind the nose through some ancient survival circuit. I assumed at first that it was a man wearing a fur coat. That was how my rational brain framed it, because what else could be tall, bipedal, and covered head to toe in dark hair? A black trench coat with shaggy trim, maybe, in 90+ degrees? Before I finished that ridiculous thought, a second realization clanged against it. Whatever it was huge. Not NBA basketball player tall, but something beyond the human scale. Its head reached well over the top of the guardrail. And then the creature demonstrated that height in a way my brain still struggles to replay in slow motion. It did not clamber, did not pause, did not swing a leg and push itself up. It simply stepped over a guardrail built 4 feet high. I must emphasize this because no photograph or story I read later quite captures the fluidity. Imagine a person stepping over a footstool. Now imagine that stool is 4 feet tall and the person never breaks stride. That is what I saw, from the corner of my eye at first, then fully as my foot eased off the gas and the car drifted closer. The figure's leg lifted as naturally as if joints pivoted on gimbals, and the monstrous shin cleared the rail without graze. A second stride planted that same foot onto the near lane. One more step and the creature reached the double yellow. Everything inside me screamed to stop, but momentum and curiosity warred equal. If I hit the brakes hard, I might skid sideways on loose gravel, and I did not want to spook this thing, or worse, make it angry. So I did the oddest compromise. I lifted my foot but let the car coast, slowing but not screeching. The engine fell into a hollow hush. Through the windshield, I watched a silhouette bigger than any linebacker pivot toward the opposite verge. Thick hair matted its shoulders like a cape of rotted velvet, though at that distance I saw individual tufts catch the sun in fleeting copper glints. Arms hung down, ape-like, hands curling past the knees. In those enormous palms I half expected claws, though later I could not swear I counted fingers or nails. I was too busy staring at its back. Wide as a door, tapered to a waist that still looked broader than my chest. While I rolled to within perhaps 30 yards, the creature completed its second impossible feat 2 steps. Just 2, and it crossed the entire road, a road wide enough that 3 cars could pass if one nosed onto the rumble strip. Its last stride carried it over the opposite shoulder and into a tangle of mountain laurel so thick that black bears cannot push through without thrashing. But this figure slipped between branches with barely a shudder of leaves. It vanished so cleanly that if I had blinked, I might have believed I had imagined the whole event. I steered to the edge, tires kissing gravel. My pulse hammered so loud I heard it in my eardrums. The road behind me lay empty. In front, the restless shimmer of mid-afternoon heat rose from tar like ghosts. I did not want to step out. I also did not want to let the vision evaporate without confirmation that something physical had been there. While my foot hovered over the brake, another vehicle appeared cresting the slight hill ahead. A beige Buick sedan crawling slower than a parade float. When the driver saw my car idling half off the lane, he tapped his own brakes. We rolled window to window. He must have been 65, maybe older, hair thinning to a translucent cap, skin darkened by age and sun. His wife sat beside him, clutching her purse the way churchgoers cradle hymnals. Both pairs of eyes looked bugged out, mirror images of my own expression. The old man's knuckles clenched the wheel while his wrinkled thumb mashed the power switch to roll down glass. "What the hell was that?" he asked, voice thin, half-whisper, as though afraid the woods might overhear. That question broke my frozen state. I swallowed, realized my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, peeled it free, and answered in the calmest tone I could muster. "I think we both know what we saw," I said. "Best leave it alone. Count ourselves lucky." Lucky, I said, though the word felt absurd. Lucky to glimpse something so impossible that the world tilted sideways. Lucky to be sharing a mountain lane with a creature that could crush my ribcage like a beer can. Yet a part of me meant it. 4 years I had devoured library books about Sasquatch sightings. The 1974 Whitehall encounter in New York, the Skookum cast in Washington, the legend of the Florida skunk ape. Those stories fascinated me because they dangled the promise that wilderness still held mysteries bigger than satellite imagery could reveal. To grow up in the internet age is to feel everything has already been mapped. Yet here I had just witnessed with bare eyes a being no map marks. That is the definition of wonder, and an arrow of terror through the gut simultaneously. The old man in the Buick nodded at my answer as though he too balanced dread and awe. He said nothing else. We traded a sober glance, a silent vow not to chase that thing into the brush, and he eased the sedan forward until it passed me. Then the lane fell still again. My Cavalier idled. I stared across the road where the creature had disappeared. The laurel branches did not sway. Not a single bird twittered. In fact, as my senses recovered from shock, I noticed how profoundly quiet the corridor of trees had become. The usual cicada buzz and sparrow chirp had switched off like someone threw a breaker. That hush made my skin crawl more than the sight itself, because silence in the forest usually signals a predator. I lifted my foot, eased back onto the asphalt, and accelerated just enough to clear the hump where the Buick had gone. After 2 bends, the normal hum of afternoon crickets resumed. In my rearview mirror, nothing darted onto the shoulder behind me. Still, I did not push the gas. I drove like a man in thin ice country. Slow, deliberate, windows down so wind could carry oddities to my ears. Black Label Society remained paused. I found no desire to hit play. Instead, I listened to the generator whine of August katydids and tried to replay each second of the sighting. Could it have been a misidentified bear uninvolved in illusions of human posture? Bears sometimes stand upright to sniff the air. Yet their anatomy shows in the arch of shoulders, the downward angled knees, the rounded ears. What I saw had none of that. Its profile screamed something older, something more primitive than modern bear, yet paradoxically more human. No muzzle, at least not protruding like a dog's. Hair length looked uniform across limbs and torso, not shag concentrated at shoulders like a black bear's mane. And those legs, digitigrade like a dog's hindquarters bent the wrong way for a person. Impossible to replicate if you wore a costume. I had spent enough nights at haunted hayrides to know the limits of theatrical fursuits. No stilt rig could replicate how muscles rolled under that pelt. I drove another mile, my stomach unknotted. Adrenaline seeped from my bloodstream, replaced by aftershock exhaustion. A sign for Cresco blurred past. The thought of an air-conditioned brewery and a plate of wings materialized, but I did not feel like food. I just wanted to reach safe space, my apartment, for walls, a deadbolt that symbolized security even if it would not slow a creature capable of stepping over guardrails. The rational brain wins by clinging to ordinary rituals. A modern strip mall replaced the forest. I merged onto the commercial bypass. Chain restaurants and Dollar General storefronts walled me from the wild. Only then did I remember the stereo and reach to kill the blank silence inside the car. Riffs erupted once more. They sounded tinny, powerless compared to the pulse-shaking hush of those woods. I snapped the volume down after 2 bars and left it there. Background hum while my memories replayed. When I rolled into my apartment complex 40 minutes later, the sky had shifted toward orange and clouds collected like bruises on the horizon. Pulling my key from the ignition, I stared at my shaking hand and realized the event had pulled threads loose inside me. My childhood love for unexplained creatures always carried a playful side. Reading about Bigfoot when you are 10 is thrilling precisely because there is distance, a buffer of storytelling. To stand in daylight and watch legend take 2 steps across a road changes everything. The world is bigger and more frightening than you thought. A part of me wanted to call every friend, shout that I had proof. Another part insisted I never mention it. People laugh, pat you on the shoulder, say you misread a shadow. I sat in the driver's seat until sweat glued my work shirt to the vinyl. That night I did tell someone, my best friend Kurt, who phoned to coordinate our WoW Guild's Saturday raid. He listened without interrupting, then offered a low whistle. "You're sure you didn't nod off?" he asked gently. I told him the details, the guardrail step, the Buick driver's corroboration. Kurt believed in weird things too, but distance between belief on a screen and belief from your buddy's trembling voice is vast. He swore he believed me. Still, I heard reservation across the cell tower. I did not press. The experience belonged to me whether others held it true. Weeks passed. Coffee room gossip at the mill never hinted that anyone else had seen the creature, though some nights I searched local message boards for keywords: Pennsylvania Bigfoot, Pocono's strange sighting, Route 191 ape. Threads surfaced. Hunters claimed they heard branch knocks in Monroe County. Dog walkers reported howls near Promised Land State Park. But nothing matched my crossing. Some posts mentioned abandoned resort properties as feeding grounds where dumpsters overflow with leftovers. Maybe the thing I saw followed that assurance of food, wandered too near a highway bend, slipped across moments before or after other drivers passed. Maybe dozens of witnesses existed, but each kept quiet. I kept replaying one detail that chilled me every time: the way the creature slipped into dense foliage without stirring a branch. Bears crash, deer leap and kick briar. This figure melted like smoke. The sound of the laurel swallowing him reminded me of a zipper closing. Quick, final. That memory accompanied me whenever I fished high mountain creeks. Several times I heard knocks echo across ridges. 3 crisp raps spaced like Morse code. Sometimes a heavy footfall in unseen pine needles thundered once. Then silence. No scramble of hooves, no snap of twigs. I never glimpsed the author of those sounds, but my mind filled gaps. Broad shoulders, impossible stride, dark pelt. Over the next decade, life marched on. Better job offers, relationship ups and downs, a daughter born on the cusp of spring, mortgages and interest rates and kitchen remodels. Those realities crowded out late-night cryptid video binges. Yet whenever I drove Route 191, no matter the season, I slowed near that stretch. It looks like all the other 100 forest stretches between Mountain Home and Cresco, yet I recognized the tilt of the guardrail where it happened. The road crew replaced the rail the following summer, shiny galvanized steel, but I still see the old dented segment in memory. One evening 5 years after the event, I drove that same lane with my fiancée, now wife, on the way back from a hike at Tobyhanna State Park. I pointed out the general spot and told the story in full for the first time to her. She listened, turned the tale over with the skepticism of a nurse accustomed to triaging outrageous excuses for injuries, and finally said, "Whatever the explanation, you believe what you saw, and that's what matters to me." Bless her for that unconditional trust. Some nights I still wonder if adrenaline embroidered my perception, if size and stride magnified in recollection. Yet I land back at the same image. That figure lifting a leg like a man stepping over a child's toy, hair glossy in the August sun. I have not encountered it again up close. Twice, while fly fishing in hidden beaver ponds near Goldsboro, I caught the scent of wet dog mixed with musk strong enough to gag. The air vibrated with a presence that felt identical to that roadside silence. Both times I packed my gear without casting. On another evening, setting trail cameras in a hemlock ravine, I heard a distant scream, farther off than the first-hand experience but so similar in timbre that I froze. I debated leaving the camera SD cards for proof, yet my hands still clipped them to branches. My footage later captured only raccoon masks glinting in IR light, but the memory remains. One long, sorrowful howl that parted night like fabric. I do not claim certainty about what species the creature belongs to, nor do I chase it with plaster casts and measuring tapes. I have no illusions that my single anecdote will sway zoologists. I carry the experience as one carries a stone in the pocket, a reminder of something bigger than routine, heavier than doubt. Modern life seduces us into believing we have cataloged every square inch of habitat, but mountaintops hide crevices, and forests keep corridors no drone has flown. Mountains do not care whether satellites orbit overhead. They keep their secrets the same way they have for millennia. The old man in the Buick taught me something too. That shared glance, that mutual gasp, formed a bond stronger than validation from a skeptical world. We witnessed and we understood each other without photographs. A truth can live quietly between two strangers passing on a road, needing no louder soapbox. I never saw him again. Sometimes I imagine he tells the same story in his VFW hall, and maybe his buddies rib him yet notice how the color drains when he describes the step over the guardrail. I also learned to forgive skepticism. My father, when I told him over dinner weeks later, waved the notion aside, joked that long work hours had fried my brain. I shrugged. Not everyone's map includes spaces labeled, "Here be giants," but I have taught my young daughter to look out the car window when we drive that stretch. I ask her what she sees in the shadows. She laughs, says, "Maybe Bigfoot," as if the possibility fills her with delight rather than fear. Children keep imagination alive without drawing borders around reality. If you, reader, ever find yourself meandering the Poconos, windows down, wrestling with some new riff on the stereo, remember that quiet can speak. Keep one hand ready to flick off the volume, eyes roaming the verge beyond the guardrail. It may be a black garbage bag fluttering, or a bear rising on hind legs, or nothing at all. But if something steps where no ordinary creature can, 2 strides across asphalt, vanishing into jutting laurel like a ghost returning home, then count yourself lucky. Lucky to learn the world still stores wonders in green folds. Lucky to live in an age that allows mystery. Lucky to glimpse a legend who owes you no explanation, only the quickening of your pulse, the widening of your sense of what might be true. As for me, each time I feel the urge to leave the beaten path, I remember the weight of that gaze. Even though I never saw its eyes, I swear I felt them, and I recognize 2 truths held in tension. First, awe accompanies terror. One cannot exist without the other. Second, I am not ready to stop looking. My life has been blessed with 3 sightings in total. 2 fleeting profiles during night fishing trips too hazy to describe with conviction, and that 1 blinding daylight crossing etched with surgical precision. Wanting a 4th may be greedy, but hope glimmers nonetheless. So I keep driving, keep wandering creek banks, keep stepping quiet through rhododendron thickets. Maybe one day the forest will unzip again and show me its occupant. Until then, I honor the experience by telling it plain, without embellishment, in hopes that the next driver who rounds that bend and almost doubts what they see will realize they are not alone. And if you ever hear branch knocks in those hills or a lonesome howl that carries too much lung capacity to be a coyote, remember this story. Ease off the gas, let the silence reach you, feel your heartbeat synchronize with the unknown. Then decide whether to chase the mystery, or, like me on that sticky afternoon, whisper thanks for the glimpse and leave the guardian of the guardrail to his ancient, solitary stride. The cabin sits 3 long hours north of the nearest real town, tucked into a notch of rolling evergreens the locals simply call the West Woods. It is more than a house and less than a homestead. For stout log walls, a peaked roof of cedar shakes gone silver with weather, sun-bleached antlers over the door, and a wide porch that creaks like tired bones when you walk it after dark. My grandparents bought the place when my mother was still in grade school, back when the timber companies were pulling the last usable trees from the edge of the national forest. They kept the cabin partly for hunting and partly for the way silence settles over that ridge once the dirt road curves out of sight. When I was small, they drove me up every autumn, just as the maples began turning the color of rusted pennies. I learned to skip stones on the beaver pond. I learned how frost smells before dawn. More than once, I woke to my grandfather sipping coffee by the wood stove, whispering that a bear had wandered across the clearing in the moonlight. The place shaped my idea of what wild truly means. Not merely absence of roads, but a personality in the shadows, something that listens if you talk too loudly. I turned 19 this summer. Everything changed. freshly free of high school obligations. A thin, half-grown adult drifting between freshman year of college and the uncertain weight of whatever came next. Two of my closest friends, Rian and Max, shared that strange pause in life. Rian aiming for an engineering degree she secretly doubted, Max spending gap year shifts at a bike shop while composing indie songs on battered acoustic guitars. We all love trails, deep creek swims, late-night fires that leave hair smelling of smoke for days. So when our winter break arrived, we built a plan. If my grandparents would lend the cabin, we would haul sleeping bags, food, and my dog up the mountain and disappear for a handful of days. No parents hovering, no alarms except wind-rattling shutters. I called my grandparents first. They sounded pleased. We still considered the place a gift rather than a burden. The only instructions were straightforward. Clamp the flue if we lit the stove, sweep the porch before we locked up, and for heaven's sake keep Buck leashed after dusk because coyotes grew bold that season. Buck was reason enough to drive the faded SUV instead of borrowing Mom's compact sedan. He weighed nearly 90 pounds, a broad-shouldered German shepherd with the amber eyes of an old soul. I found him as a pup tangled in barbed wire near my parents' cattle field, unnamed and wary, ribs showing, yet already stubborn enough to snarl at any shadow that moved too quickly. My father threatened to post flyers looking for the owner. I spent 2 weeks bargaining chores and allowance until the dog became mine. Buck grew into his name, plucked from Jack London's Call of the Wild, exuding that same mix of loyalty and feral dignity. He once cornered a full-grown coyote behind our hay shed and walked away with nothing more than a shallow tear in his ear. I trusted his instincts on backcountry hikes better than most GPS apps. If Buck's hackles rose, I listened. We left for the cabin the Monday after Christmas. Rian rode shotgun, feet propped on duffel bags of winter gear. Max commandeered the middle seat, twirling drumsticks on his thigh to whatever played on the radio. Buck claimed the rear cargo space, nose pressed to glass, ears flicking at every passing truck. Snow lay in thin, crusty strips along the highway shoulders and melted into damp gravel where sun hit. As we climbed into higher elevations, white patches thickened beneath scrubby pines. By the time we turned onto the final logging spur, a single lane carved through lichen-covered firs, snow coated each shadowed rut. I slid the SUV once, cursing under my breath until traction bit again. Rian laughed and insisted we were living in a cliched coming-of-age film. Max stuck his head between the seats to suggest we add a jump scare for the second act. I told them real life had plenty of surprises without us forcing any. The cabin greeted us exactly as I remembered. Woodpile tarped beneath icicles, smoke chimney silent, porch rail still scratched where Grandpa's deer rack fell during a storm. The feeling of being watched that often drifts around abandoned buildings never touched the clearing. If anything, the place looked lonely, relieved to have company. We carried groceries inside: bread, sausage links, cocoa packets, 6-pack of root beer, Rian's questionable energy bars, then stacked split logs in the stove and coaxed a skinny fire to life. Twilight folded over the ridge while we unpacked. By the time we zipped coats to explore, stars pricked the sky. The first 3 nights passed the way winter cabin trips usually pass. We snowshoed hastily improvised trails, threw sticks for Buck until our gloves soaked through, hung socks near the stove, and gossiped about nothing. Buck slept nose to door, grumbling whenever deer shuffled through underbrush beyond the yard. Around midnight of the second night, I woke to claws tapping across the planks to nudge my sleeping bag. Buck wanted reassurance, muzzle cold against my cheek. I scratched between his ears and registered a tension in the way he sighed. Maybe coyotes again, I thought, promising to walk the perimeter at dawn. By sunlight, he paced corners of the porch, sniffing boards, fur prickled but silent. I saw no tracks except rabbit prints bounding beneath the blackberry thickets. The 4th evening, clouds opened into milky moonlight. We decided barbecue tasted superior to whatever pan-fried sausage we had scheduled. Max volunteered as grill chief. He perfected char lines on beef patties the previous semester while house-sitting for an aunt. We dug a cleared spot beside the porch steps where my grandfather kept an old kettle grill, brushed snow off the lid, and fed charcoal until flames licked grate wires bright red. Rian and I leaned against a porch post swapping classroom horror tales, laughter pluming white. Buck trotted circles around us, occasionally plunging snout into powder to sniff something only he could smell. Just after the first hiss of grease hit coals, Buck halted mid-step. The fur on his shoulders stood bristled, ears pinned forward. His tail dropped low. A growl rumbled out. Not the playful grumble when he tugged rope toys, but a raw vibration. Rian paused mid-sentence. Max looked up from the spatula. All three of us followed Buck's stare across the open stretch toward the timber's edge. Dusk painted most trunks charcoal gray, but a breach in the canopy let moonlight stripe a short corridor 20 yards from the grill. Something shifted behind those trees. At first glance, I assumed it was a deer emerging to graze. The silhouette carried 4 limbs, a narrow torso, a long head. But deer in January wear thick winter coats varying from tan to gray. This shape read as darker, almost black, and stood taller than a whitetail doe by at least 2 feet. I blinked and attributed the discrepancy to the shadows. The figure froze as though aware of our attention. When it lifted its head, the stance was wrong. The neck angled slightly forward, muzzle elongated in profile, but the shoulders did not slope down into forelegs like a quadruped. Instead, they squared, giving the illusion of a man wearing shaggy fur. My skin tightened. Instinct insisted nothing on 2 legs should also own a snout and dewlap. Buck lunged and barked. Deep, rapid, frantic. The figure remained motionless. Light caught its eyes. Twin sparks of amber so intense they seemed to cast their own glow. Then the creature huffed a single breath that carried across the clearing like the opening note of an engine revving. The sound wasn't exactly a growl or bark. It possessed vocal resonance beyond any animal snort I'd heard. Buck answered by raging louder, body rigid. Rian reached for my sleeve. Max whispered an oath. I tried cataloging details the way my wildlife biology professor trained us. Estimate height, gauge limb proportion, note pelage. Yet each observation contradicted logic. The hind limbs bent backward like a digitigrade predator, similar to a wolf's, but elongated until the stifle joint rose high in the air, giving the impression of stilt legs. The arms, unmistakably arms, hung near the knees, ending in splayed fingers tipped with claws catching shard reflections of moon. The chest beneath dirt-matted fur looked human in its taper, muscles defined yet gaunt, rib outlines visible. And the head, though wolf-like, was broader across the brow, nostril flaring, ears erect. This creature embodied the nightmare union of man and beast spoken only in folklore. We had no guns, no bear spray, no brave grandparent with steady aim, only Buck and our own common-sense screaming run. My audible gasp must have registered because the creature's gaze locked onto me. The pupils dilated. Something malignant rode that stare, an intelligence measuring the panic of prey. Buck positioned himself between me and the threat, yet even he trembled. The creature emitted a burst of sound, a compound cry mixing bark, snarl, and wail. It rattled my eardrums and, horrifyingly, seemed almost to form shape around the vowels. Buck flinched, barked once more, then whimpered, retreating until his rump pressed my shins. Seconds elongated. Frost crystals twinkled in the air. Max muttered again, asking what the hell we were staring at. The creature's ears twitched at his voice. It flexed claws. In that instant, every survival cell in my body fired. I grabbed Buck's collar, hissed for the others to move, and turned for the cabin. We stumbled across the packed snow, Buck half dragging me despite his fear. I did not look back until the slam of the cabin door echoed. Inside, we fumbled with the old iron slide bolt, shoved the thrift store dresser against the jamb, killed the interior lights. We retreated to the living room knotty pine walls and sat cross-legged around Buck in silence broken only by our breathing. Fire sputtered inside the stove. Flames cast jittery shadows that looked too much like something pacing outside. Buck refused water, refused to leave my side even when the room grew hot. By 1 a.m., we steeled nerves enough to dissect what we had witnessed. We started rational. Escaped zoo wolf? Mangy bear upright? Prankster in costume? None fit the physical impossibility. No costume yields bent reverse knees. No bear holds clawed hands with opposable thumbs. We wandered territory of cryptids. Sasquatch variants, but hair too sleek, snout too pronounced. Max half-whispered werewolf and waited for ridicule. Rian offered dogman, referencing grainy online photos I'd once dismissed as hoaxes. The cabin's cedar walls felt suddenly thin. Sleep never found me. Buck eventually accepted a drink, then resumed guard at the foot of my sleeping bag, ears rotating like satellite dishes. Twice I thought I heard distant footsteps crunching snow, but that might have been the stove settling. Dawn crept pale over pines. By noon, Buck still balked at stepping off the porch. We coaxed him by walking the perimeter together, yet he kept his tail low and scanned every direction. We stayed 2 more nights because retrieving vehicles down the icy spur road required daylight and mental calm. Buck passed those days refusing to let the screen door shut behind me. If I poked beyond the clearing to gather deadfall branches, he whined at the threshold until I returned. The air tasted of tension. Back home, I spent weeks combing internet forums. Modern werewolf encounters, Michigan dogman legends, Iroquois tales of limping skin stealers. Descriptions matched pieces of our vision. Backwards bending legs, tall canine head, clawed hands, foul sense of dread. Some stories added details we'd not witnessed, stench of decay, mimicry of human voices. Yet something clicked that left me more uneasy. Many reports emphasized the creature's effect on domestic animals, how once courageous dogs would shrink after confronting it. I pictured Buck hiding behind my knees, the unfamiliar whimper in his throat, the way he refused to roam my parents' ranch afterward. Whatever challenged him that night convinced him the woods no longer belonged to him. He changed permanently. Walks remained brief, nose skimming wind for hints of predator. At the ranch, he avoided the fence line near timber, sleeping indoors rather than beneath stars. My parents teased that age had mellowed him, but I knew better. He'd stared into eyes that did not reflect ordinary hunger, and it marked him. Months later, my grandparents asked why the grill was missing. I lied, saying a storm likely toppled it into the ravine. I never confessed we abandoned it mid-meal. They sold the property before the following winter, a decision blamed on upkeep costs. Part of me suspects Grandpa felt the same crackle of wrongness during deer season and chose not to mention it. I've accepted I cannot name what stood at the tree line. Call it dogman, werewolf, wendigo. Each word carries lore heavy as chains. None fully capture the flesh and blood terror of its gaze. What matters is the lesson Buck tried to teach long before we understood. Some corners of forest keep their own rules, and those rules do not include our safety. When my classmates pack sleeping bags for remote campgrounds now, I still join them, but I bring stronger flashlights, spare batteries, and a steady respect for every unexplained rustle. I sit with my back against solid bark, letting silence filter long enough to assure me no heartbeat but my own thrums in the dark. If an owl hoots, fine. If branches crack under weight unknown, I bank the fire brighter and keep conversations soft. And when July flares again with heat and fireworks, I watch the tree line, remembering luminous yellow eyes and a voice that thundered like an order. I hope I never see those eyes a second time. Yet some nights I half expect I will, and I wonder what the creature would whisper if it knew my name. We were already half an hour past bedtime when my sister leaned forward between the front seats and blurted that she was starving. The 5-lane stretch of highway rolling through that part of the Texas Panhandle was almost empty, and the glow of town lights lay behind us like a faint orange haze. Mom sighed. Dad gave her the sideways look he always gave when he was about to give in, and a minute later he was easing the pickup off the shoulder toward the big yellow arches shining in the dark. I remember thinking how ordinary the drive felt. Late-night music on a scratchy FM station, French fry smell in an over-air-conditioned dining room, paper cups sweating onto the plastic table, until the moment my older sister, whom I'll call, mentioned a place she'd visited a few months back with her boyfriend. Ghost town, she said, nudging her fries around in the box. No one lives there anymore, not since the 80s, and half the buildings are still standing. My brother are perked up at once. He loved anything that might involve flashlight exploring, junk piles, or trouble. Dad, Jay to keep the name straight, and Mom T were less excited. Told it was nearly 11, Told we still had 40 miles to get home. Told abandoned property meant nails, snakes, scorpions, maybe drug squatters. They still softened in the end because it kept insisting there was this old school she wanted to show us. All the way to the turnoff she teased are about how he'd chicken out first, and our laughed loud enough to wake me in the back seat, where I was slumped with my knee brace propped on a backpack. I'd shredded my meniscus and ACL 4 weeks earlier, last game of football season, and the brace squeaked every time Dad hit a bump. The pain pills had me floating, but I remember staring into the side mirror and catching the flicker of sodium vapor streetlights slipping away, one by one, until nothing but black prairie pressed against the glass. The ghost town road began as cracked asphalt, narrowed to gravel, then lost its gravel edge until it was little more than a pair of ruts cut through sunflower stalks. Barbed wire fences leaned away from us on either side, stanchions warped, rust glittering when Dad's headlights passed. Above, the sky was so clear you felt you could climb into it. No moon yet, just the swath of the Milky Way and a spattering of cold diamonds hanging over a plain that stretched forever. The truck bumped once, twice, and then the old place appeared in the beams, a silent cluster of shapes crouched at the end of the track. At first glance, the town looked even smaller than A had claimed. For houses, a tin-roofed feed store, and the shell of a school set back behind a broken tennis court. Everything about it whispered of sun-bleached years. Paint peeled in long curls, screen doors hung like loose teeth, power poles leaned with their wires long gone. Yet the school windows, at least the ones directly facing the road, had recently been replaced with new panes that threw back our headlights in hostile white squares. Mounted above the plywood sheet covering the main doors was a motion sensor camera blinking red. Dad saw it, muttered "private security," and rolled forward, turning in a slow arc so his plate would stay out of frame. I was half asleep again, knee throbbing despite the meds, but I felt that prickle between the shoulder blades you get when an empty place notices you. Mom said, "Let's not stop here. People are clearly watching the property." R, pressed to the window on the passenger side, answered, "Ah, come on, we'll be quick." Jay's tired baritone ended it. "We look, we leave. Nobody hops a fence." "Got it." The highway silence swallowed the truck once more as he crept down the only cross street, lights sweeping over sagging porches and wrecked cars sunk to their axles. We were already easing past the last vacant house, a warped little shack hugging a patch of weeds, when I hit the roof liner with her palm. "Wait," she blurted. "That one wasn't here in October. The city must have moved it or something." She pointed at a squat structure that seemed older than the rest. Clabbered siding gray as driftwood, porch caved in, windows punched out long ago. No tracks led to it, no footprints, no tire marks. The house crouched alone like a thing grown from the ground, and though nothing stirred near it, the walls themselves appeared to breathe in and out under the stars. R's boyish laugh burst out. "Now that," he said, "is a haunted house starter pack. Let's see what's inside." Dad let the pickup idle while he thought. I stared through the windshield, feeling more uneasy by the second. Maybe it was the painkiller haze, maybe just fatigue, but the place looked wrong, as if angles refused to meet the way angles should. Mom sensed it too. "I don't like it," she whispered, but A was already halfway out her door, the hinges screaming in the night. R jumped after her. They had flashlights, little ones meant for glove boxes, beams pencil-thin and jittery. Mom followed, slower, and I half rose to go too until Dad's hand landed on my arm. "Knee," he said. "Stay." So I sat. Window cracked, engine rumbling softly. The front of that house was maybe 30 yards away, the truck's headlights flooding the busted porch with harsh light. A and R shone their pocket beams along the boards, poked at a broken window frame. Mom lagged behind, phone light raised, filming everything from my aunt back home. In the cab, Jay searched the radio for static. Anything. I leaned forward, squinting past the bug-streaked glass, and saw movement inside the doorway, or thought I did. A flicker of pure white amid the gloom. I blinked hard. Again. A pale shape hunched in the shadows just beyond where the light reached. At first it resembled a child's mannequin, arms around knees, head bowed. Then it straightened segment by segment, a wrong, jointless unfolding, and fixed its face on me. Skin so white it glowed, eyes black pits, mouth an ink slit stretching wider, until its cheeks split at the corners. I jerked sideways, heart hammering, and grabbed Dad's sleeve. "Something's in there," I hissed, but he was fiddling with the radio dial, oblivious. "Dad," I said louder. He turned. "Look." The doorway was empty now. A breeze rustled the weeds. Maybe I'd imagined it. But unease gnawed at me like a living thing. Outside, Ar tapped the window glass with his knuckles, joked about getting tetanus from the shards. I laughed. Mom circled left toward the porch steps. And then the front window, one still framed by jagged bits of glass, popped inward with a dry crack, as if flicked by an unseen finger. Mom screamed and stumbled back. A's flashlight darted, beam catching nothing. Ar shouted, "What did you do?" Mom only shook her head, white as paper. No one had touched that pane. That was when sound rolled out of the house. A voice, flat and emotionless, repeating words we couldn't quite parse. In the same instant, the air in my lungs froze, because the voice sounded exactly like Dad's. Not similar, identical, down to cadence, down to the little rasp from years of welding fumes. But Dad was right beside me in the cab. "If you don't leave," the voice droned, "we're calling the sheriff. If you don't leave." The flashlight beams spasmed over walls and floorboards, but nothing was there. I saw A's face crumple, Ar backed toward the truck, nostrils flaring. Mom grabbed his elbow. All three sprinted. Ar wrenched open the passenger door, nearly knocking crutches against my leg. He climbed straight over me into the rear seat, eyes wild. Mom flung herself after him, breathing in ragged sobs. I slammed the back door and we were 5 in the truck again, cab crowded with panting bodies. Dad watched them in the mirror. "Enough," he said quietly, and shifted into reverse. What happened next is where time breaks. Dad swore afterward the entire ordeal, from stopping to explore, to slamming the doors, to jamming the brake before reversing, lasted 6 minutes at most. But Mom said they'd walked nearly the length of a football field to reach the house, had poked around 10 or 15 minutes inside the yard, had listened to the voice repeat itself dozens of times before fleeing. 20 minutes, she insisted. Ar backed her up. Two. They all agreed they had wandered longer than we claimed. Yet my phone's timer started idly the moment they stepped from the truck, showed 7:08 minutes when they returned. 7 empty minutes that felt like hours to them, seconds to us. Whatever that thing was, it played with the clocks. Dad crushed the gas. Tires spat gravel, headlights whipping across thorn bushes as the truck turned. Somewhere behind us a door banged open against wood, and that same flat voice called, now deepened, almost amused, "Leave now." But it was wrong this time, echoey, layered, like a chorus of mismatched recordings. And laced within was another register, a gurgling growl, something hungry. We roared down the ruts, cabin rattling, a crying, Mom muttering prayers. I twisted in my seat despite the knee, and through the rear window glimpsed a figure in the road behind us. Pale, elongated, waving as though in fond farewell. In the red glow of taillights, its smile opened across the width of its jaw. No one spoke until the dirt lane ended at pavement, and Dad forced himself to slow. McDonald's bags slid on the floorboard, lids rattled in cup holders. Katy Perry still warbled from the speakers like some sick soundtrack to a nightmare. Mom clicked the radio off with trembling fingers. We listened to the tires hiss. Then I said, in a whisper that sounded loud in all that hush, "What did we hear, Jay?" Dad kept his eyes forward. "Not going to discuss it till morning." Silence swallowed us again. Back at home. 1 a.m. now, house dark. Mom refused to enter until Dad walked through every room switching on lights. Ar shut himself in the downstairs bathroom, vomiting. I got stuck staring at her reflection in the microwave door, as though trying to decide whether she was real. And I, too doped up to cry, sat at the dining table feeling the grin of that doorway creature stretching across my brain. Sleep never came for any of us. At dawn, Dad brewed coffee nobody drank. We sat bleary-eyed in kitchen light while Mom replayed phone video frame by frame. Mostly it showed her feet crunching weeds, glimpses of porch rail, A's flashlight beam, black voids. But one 3-second segment, filmed just before she screamed, caught the shredded window frame, and in the far corner, a white blur rising against the wall. Freeze the clip, crank brightness, squint. A bleached face, jaws unhinged. Behind it, nothing but black. By noon, Dad announced we would never speak of the ghost town again. We lied to cousins, neighbors about where we had driven. My knee healed. I moved to California. Are left for college in Boston. Mom tries to forget, but if we pass a deserted ranch house at dusk, she stiffens. Sometimes I wake hearing that monotone voice drifting down the hallway, repeating words it stole from us, promising to call the sheriff. Sometimes I think the thing followed each of us in its own way, folding itself into our memories. But I know this much. Whatever waited in that shack was not a ghost, nor a harmless legend. It wanted us to come closer. It wore the sound of our loved ones like a skin. And if we had stepped through that rotten doorway, I believe none of us would have found our way back to the truck. People like to picture the Great Plains as miles of safe emptiness, flat daylight stretching under endless blue. Yet drive those back roads after midnight, and you discover emptiness is merely a mask. Under the moon, the land grows teeth. Voices carry that never belonged to anyone alive. So if you ever find yourself lured toward a dark doorway by the sound of a familiar voice, keep walking. Don't look inside. Don't investigate. And above all, do not answer when it calls you by name. We left the ranch just after dawn, my backpack bumping against my spine as I jogged down the porch steps. The air smelled of oak leaves and the salty edge of the distant sea, and a weak February sun pushed a cold glare through a ceiling of gray cloud. Mom waved from the kitchen window, and Dad leaned on the fence, watching as the heavy diesel pickup growled along the dirt road toward our gate. Kay, my best friend since kindergarten, hung halfway out the passenger window, her blonde braid flapping like a flag. "Road trip day," she shouted, as though our parents hadn't heard her announce it 100 times already. Behind her, Cedar's nose and Willow's grizzled muzzle pressed to the glass, dogs fogging the pane with excited panting. I took the porch steps a touch too fast for someone still wearing a bulky meniscus brace under her jeans. Pain zinged up my thigh, but the fizz of nerves and caffeine made it easy to ignore. 5 hours on the coastal highway to Mendocino County. An overnight stay in a barn that belonged to A's fishing buddy, and no parents but A himself. That was all the motivation I needed. In went the last thermos of cocoa. In went the double bag of ranch chips, our secret weakness. In went the paperback ghost story collection I jammed into my hoodie pocket, just in case the Bluetooth speaker died. Dad shut the tailgate, squeezed my shoulder, and said, "Have an adventure, kid. Just not the kind that makes the local news. Promise?" I told him, which was only half a lie. The diesel rattled down our narrow lane past rows of bare walnut trees, tires crunching on grit. By the time we turned onto the county highway, my phone already showed 0 bars. No surprise in those hills. So I clicked it dark and leaned back as scenery blurred. Jagged cattle fences rose and fell like scribbles on the ridges. Mossy live oaks hunched beside creeks half lost in fog. Out on the periphery of sight, layers of coastal mountains marched toward the ocean, all colored the same blue-gray as the sky. A drove one-handed, big shoulders relaxed, a battered ball cap pulled low. Now and then he pointed out landmarks. A barn with a painted quilt square over its door. A sandstone outcrop locals called Tomahawk Rock. The bend where he'd once blown a radiator hauling salmon south from Fort Bragg. Kay sat beside me in the back seat, knees tucked under her, a pair of earbuds sharing some pop song I vaguely recognized. Every few miles Cedar whined to remind Kay that she wanted another ear scratch. So Kay obliged, twisting around until her seat belt squealed. Mid-morning we hit the first overlook where the highway kisses the cliff edge. The ocean lay far below, pewter under cloud, and the dogs' tails thumped when I cracked a window to let that briny wind roll in. We shouted into gusts and snapped blurry selfies. Sunlight in our teeth, hair everywhere. Cedar pitch smell from the truck's bed where the fishing rods lashed side to side. By noon we'd cleared the last of the farmland and dropped into deeper forest, coastal redwoods that leaned together like cathedral pillars. Light narrowed to green shafts. Cell signal vanished for good. The highway pinched into two crooked lanes ribboning above creeks, and each blind curve brought a tooting horn from so oncoming drivers knew his wide mirror was coming. Fog patched the bends, rolling across the asphalt in slow gray rivers. Inside the cab, the heat stayed on low, but the windows fogged at their edges. We sipped cocoa gone lukewarm, traded ghost stories, pulled blankets over our knees. The dogs settled, Cedar's head on Willow's aging shoulders. I tucked my brace tighter and stared at shapes that slipped between the red trunks. A sense of tall things pacing us, though whenever I stared hard, nothing was there. Sometime after 3, we gassed up at the last town of any size. A scattering of clapboard stores, a mural of fishing dories, 2 rust-eaten pumps that clicked off at $70. Kay and I walked the lot to stretch legs, shoved coins into a vending machine older than we were. I came out with steaming paper cups and cinnamon bear claws, urging us to hurry because afternoon light fades fast in these chasms. We barreled north again, jaws sticky with too sweet icing, radio mixing classic rock with static. Miles later, the forest thinned and the road curved inland onto a tabletop terrace. I slowed. "First glimpse of the spot," he called, gesturing at a finger of land jutting west toward the sea. Beyond a cattle gate and a tumble of no trespassing signs, a band of open pasture plunged in 3 terraces to the shoreline. Far behind the field perched a rundown dock hamlet. 1 cafe, a battered fuel shed, 2 trawlers sunken to their gunnels. A 2-lane county road bisected the pasture near its upper fence line, dove under a stand of firs, then vanished inland. Said the local fishermen used that route each dawn to hit the dock. Tourists rarely drove it because GPS didn't even register the turnoff. We reached the fisherman friend's place by 4:30. A rickety house scarred by storms, tilted at the edge of damp meadow. The barn out back looked sturdier, freshly painted battleship gray, roof patched with new shingles. A's friend, a barrel-chested guy called Hobie, waved us in and clapped our shoulders like we'd enlisted in his crew. He uncapped beers for himself and poured orange soda for us, pointed to a pair of bunks strung with rope nets, our sleeping arrangements. "Dogs in the tack room," he added, and the dogs wagged as though they understood. But daylight was slipping. I finished half his beer, set it aside, and suggested we hike to the cliff top before sunset. Hobie begged off, citing bait prep before pre-dawn tide. "It's okay," the dogs and I started up the slope, grass wet, wind picking up. The view expanded with each step. South lay ragged coastline blinking with far-off lighthouse beams. North, the redwood wall swallowed half the sky. In the east, the flat light turned the tree line to a single black silhouette. Out west, though, the lowering sun cracked the cloud shield, bleeding gold across wavetops. On the high lip of the bluff we stopped. The cliff dropped in one clean face to the dock's corrugated roofs and the foam-white sea. Behind us, pasture rolled away to a razor windbreak of firs, the same trees I'd watched from the highway. Here the grass reached our knees, heavy with winter water despite months without rain. Willow panted behind Kay's legs, content to stay near. Cedar shot ahead in zigzag bursts, nose to the sod, loops growing wider the longer she ran. I sat cross-legged, beer in hand, silhouette against molten sky. Kay plopped beside him, rummaging for her phone to capture colors. I limped a dozen yards toward the tree line, drawn by a weird hush. Not silence, but a hush, like someone cupped palms around my ears. I could still hear gulls, far waves, A's muffled chuckle. Yet the hush pressed inside those sounds, flattening them. Cedar's bark sliced the quiet. I turned. She'd vanished into the shadow beneath the firs. Seconds later came Willow's answering woof, closer, worried. Kay called both names. Only Willow trotted back, hackles high, head low, tugging at Kay's sleeve with nervous teeth. Cedar didn't reappear. I shrugged and said dogs chase scent. She'd circle back. Twilight pooled along the roots. Gray seeped into the field. 10 minutes passed, 20. Kay grew restless, stomping cold feet, calling, whistling. I cupped hands and bellowed, sound swallowed by trees. I felt that hush again, stronger, as though the grove inhaled noise. My stomach tightened. I pictured coyotes, bobcat, maybe a cougar, but Cedar was young, fast. Predators tended to avoid humans. Still, dread crawled. I glanced at the sinking sun. We've light to spare. Let's fetch her. Willow followed as we picked a cattle path and crossed the fence gap. No wire, only sagging posts. Redwoods towered ahead, trunks banded in charcoal where old fires scorched bark. Understory was sparse, mostly sword fern and salal, so we could see a fair distance. But light under firs dims fast. 50 feet in, the meadow glow drained away, leaving everything tinted blue. We called again. Breeze rattled high limbs, dropping branch litter. Something rustled behind a stump. Kay lifted her flashlight app. A beam jumped between trees but revealed nothing. Willow growled low, nose working. We fanned out 10 yards apart, promising to stay within sight, and began a slow sweep. My knee brace squeaked at each cautious step. Needles cushioned ground, masking sound until a stick cracked sharply 2 rows of trees away. I raised my voice, "Cedar," and heard Kay echo it. Willow whined. No dog answered. After another 10 minutes, I angled back toward the field, heart thumping, ready to suggest we regroup. That's when Cedar burst from behind a log 20 yards off, tail tucked, eyes white-rimmed. She flashed past A, ignoring his command, dodged between Kay and me, and streaked for open pasture. We spun in confusion, relief flooded too. But we still needed Willow. She stood braced beside Kay, facing the gloom deeper in. I hobbled toward Kay. "Leash her and we'll go," I whispered. Kay nodded, fingers snagging collar ring. Another twig snapped. My light traced the sound. At first I saw only brown pillars, then a shape separated from one trunk, something vaguely human yet wrong. Height maybe 7-8 feet. Limbs spidery, arms ape-long, bent odd at the elbow. Its color matched the bark but smoother, as though lacquered. Where a head should be, it had a skull-thin visage, gaunt as famine. And above, spreading from hairline, branched 2 antlers, knuckled like driftwood, tips matte white in my beam. Its eyes, hollow spheres, absorbed the light without glint. No eyelids, no expression, only bottomless pits set in that skeletal mask. The mouth hung open, jaw distended, showing nothing but dark. Yet I felt words pour out, not spoken but forced into my thoughts. Leave, leave, leave. Beneath the growing roar of blood in my ears, I realized Kay hadn't seen it yet. She was coaxing Willow head down. I couldn't move, couldn't call out. The thing tilted its skull, joints cracking like ice, and took one gliding step. Shoulders narrow, ribs sharp beneath hide so tight I could count every bone. It stopped at the edge of the light wash, raised a hand. No, a hand-like appendage, each finger a tapering claw, and touched a trunk. Wood hissed under its touch, sap weeping and bubbling. Finally Kay looked up. Her scream tore loose. She yanked Willow's collar, and the old dog shifted from growl to frantic bay. I shouted our names, flashlight beam bobbing. The creature withdrew its claw, cocked head the other way, and the hollow in its throat vibrated. A sound erupted. Imagine a wild pig squeal shoved through a bass amplifier, layered with some woman's distant shriek. It blasted us full in the face. Kay bolted, Willow dragging beside her, and my legs obeyed a second later. We crashed through bracken onto meadow. Cedar circled near Hobie's fence, still trembling. Behind us the forest mouth gaped black, silent again. Arrived panting, demanded to know what we'd seen. But one look at our faces ended his questions. We hustled upslope to the cliff. Cedar plastered herself to Willow's flank and wouldn't lift her head. Kay and I tried to explain. The antlers, the skeletal height, the silence, but words tangled. I scanned the tree line long, hard. No movement, no hush. But the day's last light had already fled, and with it any feeling of safety. We hiked the pasture in a tight group, dogs inside the ring, until fence wire squealed behind us. Only wind. On the descent to Hobie's barn, A kept one hand on his belt knife. Hobie met us at the yard lamp, wrinkles folding with concern. He listened, mouth a grim line, then spoke quiet. Those groves hold older things than we do. You were wise to heed the warning. Nobody argued. A chained cedar and willow in the tack room's center stall. Plenty of room, straw bed, water. Yet cedar clawed the planks, desperate to reach human scent. Willow stood rigid, facing the high window, hackles rippled. Before latching the door as scratched their ears. Tomorrow, he promised. We fish under daylight. The barn's converted loft served as bunks, 2 rope net beds, a kerosene heater, a battery lantern, and coils of netting hung from rafters. Kay and I unrolled sleeping bags but left boots on. Downstairs, boards thunked as Hobie moved between workshop benches. Outside the drafty window, a quarter moon rose, throwing silver on passing cloud tatters. We lay listening. No coyote yips, no owl calls. Just wind whining around tin roof. Hours later, close to midnight, the dogs erupted. Cedar's bark cut off after a single chuff, replaced by a growl pitched low as thunder. Willow answered, deeper, older. Chains rattled. I bolted upright, knee throbbing. Kay whispered, window. Pain forgotten, I crawled to sill height. At first only the yard stretched pale in moonwash. Stacked lobster pots, rust spools, the distant shape of Hobie's dock ramp. Then, by the fence where pasture met forest, a figure stepped from shade. Same impossible height, same stick limbs, except under lunar glow its hide looked stretched raw, as if cured leather had replaced flesh. Antlers crooked out like the bare branches of an apple tree killed by frost. It stood sideways to the barn, profile hunched, yet its head swiveled toward us, owlish, too smooth, empty sockets bored through glass. Something ancient and contemptuous seeped from those black holes. It raised an arm. In the same instant, wind slammed down the valley like a freight train. Barn walls shuddered. Netting swayed. The kerosene flame guttered. From below, Willow howled. Not warning, not challenge, but grief. Cedar's chain scraped as if she'd thrown her weight against it. And in my mind bloomed those words again, heavy as lead. I gave you a second chance. Kay yanked my coat sleeve. Back, she hissed. Lie flat. We crawled under nets, hearts dervish wild, wrapped sleeping bags over heads the way children battle nightmares. Down below, dogs quieted to tense whimpers. Boards groaned in a long sigh, but no bootsteps followed. Sometime toward dawn fatigue swallowed fear. I drifted through ugly dreams. Redwoods bleeding black sap where claws touched. Barn windows filling with a deer skull grin. When Kay shook me awake, pale light filtered through cracks. Birds chirped normal forest dawn songs. Our watches read 7:08. Hobie banged pots in the main house. But Cedar and Willow lay silent, muzzles on paws, eyes swollen with exhaustion. Dogs that had stood guard all night. Over pancakes and burnt coffee, Hobie stayed silent until oppressed. Finally, Hobie spoke of old warnings in the ridges. Shapeshifters that mimic voices, trickery to draw wanderers deep. He told of loggers who vanished in '58, found weeks later high in the canopy, drained like husks. Told of his own nightmares after listening to tree drumming that wasn't woodpecker. Words he'd never whisper because giving name gives permission. A plan to fish sunrise slack-tide but canceled. By 9 the rods were lashed again in the truck bed. Dogs huddled on the floorboard. Kay clasped my hand till knuckles ached. We thanked Hobie, though for what exactly I wasn't sure, hospitality or admitting truth. He answered only, roads safer than the trees today. Then he lifted Willow's muzzle, inspected Cedar's ears, and added, leave no meat scraps when you camp. Sometimes they follow scent. We drove south in silence save engine growl. Once, far back in the mirror, I thought I saw a tall silhouette alongside a ridge, but swallowing cloud erased the spot before I could speak. I kept speed steady, eyes forward. When the signal returned, Kay texted parents. Safe, heading home. I typed and deleted half a dozen starts, then finally wrote, saw something in the woods. We're okay. Tell Dad adventure rating 10 out of 10. And put the phone away. Weeks passed. My knee healed. Cedar refused to leave the ranch yard for months. Willow developed a tremor when fog pooled under the oaks at dusk. Kay and I tried to sketch what we'd seen, but the proportions never looked right. Limbs too long compared to trunk, mouth too wide to exist. We stopped trying. Even now, each time I cross our north pasture at twilight, I pause where fence meets tree line. Wind through the live oaks will hush for a heartbeat, and every hair on my arms lifts. I picture that lacquer brown figure stepping out, the hush inhaling sound, the voice I never exactly heard filling my skull again. Leave now. And I keep walking. I was sitting on my porch not long ago, legs stretched over the rail, FaceTiming with one of my oldest friends. The evening was still, heavy with humidity, and crickets chimed between long pauses in our conversation. Out of nowhere, my friend, I'll call him Jay, said, "Hey man, remember that thing we saw in the woods behind my dad's place?" The question landed like a cold hand around my throat. It had been years since any of us had spoken about that night, and I'd buried the memory so deep that it felt half imagined, half dreamed. My chest tightened, and sweat beaded on my hairline even though the dusk air was cooling. I tried for humor to break the silence that followed. "Too soon," I said, forcing a dry laugh I hoped would hide how rattled I suddenly felt. But Jay wasn't letting it go. "Seriously, do you remember?" "I remember," I admitted, pretending to think the details over, though they had flashed back into my head all at once. Every scent, every sound, every frantic footstep. Jay recognized the fear in my voice and, mercifully, dialed back the pressure. "I don't like thinking about it either," he replied, "but I've been wondering, what if we got the crew back together and went out there again? If you're scared, E and C definitely won't go." His nervous laugh told me he wasn't entirely sure about the idea himself. Maybe he thought facing whatever was in those woods, armed and older, would shrink the nightmare. Maybe he believed the thing had wandered off or died. Maybe he just wanted to see if the four of us could share one last adventure before we scattered for good. Couldn't be sure. All I knew was that I felt the old brotherhood tugging on me. "Let me talk to E and C," I said, running a hand through my hair. "If they're in, I'm in." 2 days later, before dawn, E's lifted F-350 rumbled into my driveway. E drove up from the southern end of the state, picked up C first, then rolled over to get me. The pickup's bed carried enough hardware for a week in bear country. 2.22 pistols in oiled holsters, a 12-gauge pump shotgun with a sling of buckshot shells, and, wrapped in an old quilt, a break-action 4-gauge cannon that looked like it could down a rhinoceros. Jay already owned a sturdy hunting rifle. We'd meet him and his gun at his father's house. 5 LED flashlights rattled in the glove compartment, their batteries checked and rechecked. 3 backpacks, each stuffed with energy bars, jerky, trail mix, extra water, gauze, sterile wipes, and butterfly bandages, filled the remaining space. Ever the optimist, slid a case of light beer behind the seats to fight the cold. As he put it, the ride north lasted about 2 hours. We spoke only when it felt safe to joke, and even then the laughter came thin. E's truck hummed along the asphalt while pine and oak blurred outside the window. I sat in back, leaning into the corner where seat met door, remembering a night that refused to fade. Years earlier, back when J, E, C, and I were still teenagers looking for thrills on weekend nights, we had ventured into the acreage Jay's father had purchased. A thick rectangle of woodland that used to belong to a Native American farmer. The farmer, kind, old, half-smiled in every photograph Jay's father kept on his office wall. He tried to warn Jay's dad the land was wrong. He'd spoken about it often, said the man, while negotiating the sale. Some patches of earth are sick, he told him. They never heal, and they never forgive intruders. Jay's father, a casual believer in legends, laughed it off and signed anyway. We were kids who grew up on streaming services and smartphones, so of course we said yes when Jay suggested exploring the property after dark. On the night of our first excursion, we joked around at the tree line, the 4 of us jostling for bravery. Flashes of phone light bobbing toward pine trunks, our palms still stung from high fives over someone's latest video game achievement. We stepped off Jay's father's freshly mowed path into compressed needles and leaf rot. From the first 2 minutes onward, I noticed how unnatural the silence was. Even whispering wind felt absent. No songbirds, no owls, not even the night insects that usually create a blanket of sound. The hush pressed on us until C, voice trembling, asked what everyone else was already thinking. "Why is it so quiet?" A sour stench drifted over us, like compost baking in the sun or meat left too long in a trash can. Jay sniffed the air and said he caught it too. I tried to laugh it off. Maybe a skunk or a dead squirrel. A moment later, a deer burst through the undergrowth, eyes wide with the wild kind of terror that means run first, ask questions later. We barely jumped aside before it tore past. He muttered something like, "What spooked him?" Our answer came seconds after. A shape materialized through the trees, and the deer, the silence, and the smell clicked together in my mind. Nothing about the creature tracked with anything alive I had seen. It stood, hunched yet somehow towering, 8 or 9 feet high, skin stretched so tightly that the individual ribs protruded like fingers clawing from its chest. Its head combined the worst parts of a skull and a deer's muzzle. Pale antlers sprouted in sharp angles. But the eyes, those eyes, glowed a sick sulfur yellow. They felt intelligent, aware, drenched in malice. We froze, a quartet of kids with bargain store knives in our pockets, hearts throbbing in our throats. Then the monster screamed. No, roared, shrieked. Whichever word best describes a sound deeper than any animal but higher than any man. A cyclone's wail trapped inside a cave. We ran. We ran so fast branches clawed our arms raw. Behind us, thudding steps shook the earth. C glimpsed over his shoulder and swore he saw those 2 lantern-bright eyes floating above the ground, matching our sprint. We crashed out of the woods and onto Jay's father's lawn in full view of the porch light. The thing did not cross the border where mowed grass began. We collapsed inside the house and wept, each of us convinced we had glimpsed something older than stories. He led us in a pact. No one outside the 4 of us would hear the details. We feared ridicule, sure, but more than that we feared attention. Feared someone might ask us to point out the exact spot or, worse, dare us back. The pact held for years until Jay, on that humid night, cracked its seal with a single question on FaceTime. Now, on the road toward Jay's farm, past barns and lonely gas stations, I replayed it all. The deer, the smell, the unnatural quiet that emptied the forest hours before the creature arrived. I thought about waking from nightmares drenched in sweat, hearing phantom cries echoing in my skull. I feared heading toward the thing again, but I feared breaking loyalty to my friends even more. E's truck rumbled up Jay's long gravel lane by late morning. Sunlight scattered through branches, but the property still looked weary. I spotted Jay leaning against a fence post, brown hair a bit longer than I remembered, waving us down. When he killed the engine, Jay walked over and tapped the window right beside my head. I jolted awake. I must have nodded off. Jay smirked, then opened the door. "Welcome back, Guardian," he said. The nickname I'd earned years ago for playing frontliner in paintball matches. "You guys left him sleeping," he called to E and C, who had hopped from the cab. "They wanted to unload first," Jay told me. "We're heading into the woods in about an hour." I climbed out, stretching sore shoulders. "It's about time," I murmured half to myself. We hauled equipment into Jay's father's barn. Hooks, tarps, power tools replaced hunting trophies on the walls. Nobody spoke about why we needed so much firepower, but the tension wound tight around every word we did speak. We trudged out ammo boxes, test-fired the 12-gauge into a dirt mound, double-checked the .22S slides, and unwrapped the 4-gauge. The massive break action looked comical in my hands, but my grip steadied. He swung a pack onto his broad shoulders, zipped it, and nodded. We each slipped knives onto belts and turned on our chest-mounted headlamps, even though daylight still filtered through the tops of oaks. Finally, Jay unhooked the gate. Beyond lay 20 acres of pine, oak, cedar, and secrets. We stepped over the threshold. The time was 8:39 a.m., bright enough to fool a man into believing nothing evil lived in sunshine. The trail, if we could call it that, narrowed to footprints and freakishly tall weeds. At first, conversation flowed. He shared news about his job in construction, joked about how expensive diesel had gotten. C bragged about fixing up a '79 Camaro. J teased me about still single texting old crushes. We laughed, relaxed, enough to forget why we came. Then the forest changed. Songbirds went silent, as if someone flipped a switch. I've experienced the hush that precedes a storm, when animals shelter under leaves, but this was heavier. The squirrels that had traced branches overhead vanished. Even flies stopped buzzing. We slowed, each man realizing the quiet simultaneously. I checked the safety on my pistol. C whispered, "Lot of bad memories right now." Somewhere ahead, twigs cracked. One, then another. We halted. Footsteps padded on the forest floor, but none of us had moved. The pattern suggested 2 legs, a stride longer than our own. The thing paused, maybe sensing our attention. My heartbeat thudded so hard I tasted copper. A growl uncurled from dense underbrush on our left, resonant, almost human in its complaint. We turned toward a slim tree. For a second, only bark met my gaze. Then a pale gray skull edged into view, half hidden by shadow. I caught the eye glow, the same sick yellow as when we were kids. The creature ducked out of sight before the others could register. Hands shot to holsters. E pumped the 12-gauge, metal on metal clacking. C and I stood back to back, scanning each quadrant. J unclipped the flare gun from his belt, its bright orange frame shaking in his grip. The weight stretched until branches exploded behind us. The creature charged from a blind spot, horrifyingly fast. C spotted it first, shouted, "My side!" We spun, firing reflexively. Buckshot slammed into tree trunks, .22 rounds snapped off bark. Gunpowder burned our noses. The monster recoiled, not from pain, but maybe from the noise, then blurred into shadows. Gone before we could chamber fresh rounds. Adrenaline surged. I reached into Jay's pack for the 4-gauge, a ridiculous antique built for actual elephant hunting. Jay passed me massive slugs the length of my palm. I clicked a shell into the breech, snapped it shut, felt the weapon's weight settle through my arms. We retreated lopsided, everyone facing outward, breath fogging in the cool shade. We needed open space. 100 yards deeper, the brush gave way to a slight clearing around a lightning-blasted cedar. We halted at its center, backs almost touching, barrels aimed at tree line. Time dragged. Then the smell arrived, the same rancid garbage rot from our teenage memory. My stomach clenched. Jay gagged behind me. Leaves rustled. He whispered, "Guardian, right?" I pivoted to my 2 o'clock. The creature stepped into daylight. Evening sun angled through gaps, illuminating its form. Clay-gray limbs too long, torso ribbed like a carcass, head crowned with splintered antlers, mouth parted to reveal jagged knives for teeth. Felt wrong, physiologically impossible, yet there it stood. I braced the 4-gauge, released the safety, centered the bead on its chest, and pulled. Detonation cracked the air. Recoil hammered my shoulder and hurled me backward. Pain spiked down my spine as I landed. The blast punched the creature square in the sternum. Kinetic force folded it. It toppled, screeching. The cry a shredded mix of fox shriek and woman's scream, layered, awful. He pumped another 12-gauge round and fired. Jay shot the flare. Red-white magnesium blazed across bark. C emptied a magazine. When smoke cleared, the clearing was empty. No body, no blood, just churned soil and splintered wood. "We hit it," Jay insisted, voice cracking. I saw it drop. I hauled myself upright, wincing. My watch read 1:21 p.m. 5 hours since we started. We listened. Nothing but wind through leaves. The forest felt hollowed out, as if every living thing had retreated miles away. We argued about pursuing the thing. E pointed out we'd lost track of it. Chasing a wounded, possibly enraged monster in labyrinthine woods near dusk sounded suicidal. Nobody truly disagreed. We checked each other for injuries. Only bruises from recoil and a shallow scratch on C's cheek where a branch whipped him. Shaken, ears ringing, we trudged back toward Jay's property, guns at ready. At the fence line, we paused, half expecting the creature to cross into open pasture and prove itself unstoppable. But it remained hidden. Inside Jay's house, tension bled away in rushes. Adrenaline collapse left us shaky. We cleaned guns in silence. I pressed an ice pack on my shoulder. He cracked open the beer. Somehow, after an hour, laughter crept back. Thin, disbelieving, but human. Cards emerged. Chips clattered on the kitchen table. And we lost ourselves in Texas Hold'em, raising and folding under shaky light. The morning after, I woke early and stood on the porch with a steaming mug. Mist hovered over grass. My gaze lingered on the distant tree line. Nothing moved, yet a hush lingered, the hush from years ago, the hush that means something bigger than birds has claimed the woods. We said our goodbyes by noon. Dust spiraled behind E's truck as he turned onto the road, Jay waving until the vehicle vanished. The monster had vanished too. End of story, I told myself. 2 days ago, March 9th, my phone buzzed. Jay? I answered with a grin that faded as soon as he spoke. The thing's back, he whispered. Screams at night, tapping on windows, breathing through the keyhole. I need you guys here. Bring more firepower. That night, I opened my laptop, searching folklore until dawn. Algonquin legends of the Wendigo, an emaciated cannibal spirit with deer antlers and a taste for human fear, surfaced over and over. Navajo tales of skinwalkers echoed the mimicry, the whistles that lure prey into the trees. I cross-referenced odd details. The silence of wildlife, the stench, the glowing eyes, the absence of blood. No single description fit perfectly, yet each one rhymed with our experience. I forwarded articles to Jay. He replied with shaky phone videos of footprints outside his porch. Deep, oval, missing heels. Another clip captured faint moans in the distance, rising and twisting until my stomach flipped. He texted, "Rose at dawn, pointed rifle, nothing there." I closed my browser at sunrise, hands trembling on the keyboard. I could tell myself legends aren't real. I could pretend logic explains everything if you dig hard enough. But at the edge of that forest, something still walks. It waits beyond the line where grass meets shadow, biding time until friends dare trespass again. Jay wants us back. He wants closure or vengeance or survival, I can't say which. Part of me wants it too, if only to end the nightmares. But every instinct screams that we were fortunate to leave alive once, and that some debts come due if you return. For now, I keep my phone within reach, heart racing each time it lights up. I replay the creature's screech behind closed eyelids. I arrange boxes of ammunition under my bed. And I listen, late at night on my porch, wondering whether the hush will settle here one day, warning me that the woods beyond all fences belong to something far older than any of us. A thing that remembers the taste of fear and follows it home. I grew up in a tiny corner of northeastern Pennsylvania, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody and most folks still wave when they pass on a back road. We have one stoplight, 2 bars, 3 churches, and an endless stretch of rolling ridges and creek-bottom farmland that fades into hardwood forests. Unless you count driving down to Wilkes-Barre for a movie, there are only so many things to do, so most kids my age ended up loving the same pastimes our grandparents did. Fishing smallmouth on the Susquehanna, riding four-wheelers until the ruts feel like muscle memory, and, above all, hunting. Our calendars still revolve around the seasons. Archery opens when maples turn crimson. Rifle comes in when snowflakes threaten. Gobbler fever hits every April. Summer evenings mean groundhogs, pond base, and stories on farmhouse porches. White-tailed deer sit on top of the food chain of local obsession, with black bear, turkey, and a fast-growing population of eastern coyotes taking the runner-up spots. I got my first license before I was tall enough to see over the dashboard, and by now I can judge a deer's rack, a turkey's beard, and a coyote track in an instant. My closest friends are cut from the same cloth. C, the buddy whose family owns a small farm outside town, knows those fields and fence rows the way a sailor knows tide and wind. On the neighboring ridge lives B, who keeps his grandfather's lever gun above the mantle and can call a longbeard within bow range with nothing but slate and grit. The 3 of us have spent half our lives together, season after season, dawn after dawn, learning that land the slow way. One frosty morning, one muddy boot, one shot at a time. During late July of last year, right on the hinge between turkey planting season and early archery scouting, the three of us hatched a plan that felt more like an excuse to hang out than a serious hunt. C had just bought a fancy electronic predator call, one built to mimic everything from a rabbit in distress to a coyote pup yipping for its mother. We figured we'd slip out after sunset, set the call in one of C's hayfields, and see whether any coyotes were hanging around the farm eating barn cats or fawns. If nothing else, we'd burn off boredom and drag ourselves away from the same garage poker game we'd played for weeks. The property sits in a little pocket of low ground, almost a flat plateau shaped like an open palm. C's two-story farmhouse stands near the center, flanked by an equipment shed on one side and a weedy lane that dips downhill toward an old collapsed coal mine on the other. You can see ghosts of anthracite history everywhere around us. Timbers rotting in brambles, cracked stone culverts, severed rail beds. Back at the turn of the 20th century, a narrow-gauge track connected that mine to a breaker down in the valley. According to faded photocopies at the Historical Society, 80-plus men worked the shaft. On a bleak Thursday morning in 1905, a methane pocket lit off, rock folded like wet clay, and a dozen miners never came back to daylight. Rescue crews didn't dig all the way through until Friday afternoon, when they found splintered timbers, crushed helmets, and rumors no one dared print. Some people said a handful of trapped men turned on one another when provisions ran dry. One old-timer repeated that one body was missing pieces, and not because of falling rock. The official record blamed suffocation, but half the town whispered, "Cannibal." Whether any of it was true, the shaft had stayed sealed for generations. C's grandmother, who still chain smokes on a rocking chair every evening, told us the same warning every kid in the valley hears. Don't go near that mine after dark, and if you hear your name carried on the wind, run the other way. We'd shrugged off spooky folklore 100 times. That night, though, the past felt closer than usual. By the time we stepped out of the mudroom, fireflies floated over hay stubble, and cricket tempo kept time with faraway bullfrogs. The thermometer still read 70-some degrees, and the breeze carried that faint scent of clover and cut weed that always settles over the valley in midsummer. Each of us was armed, though more out of habit than worry. I had my AR-15 slung across my shoulder and a compact 9mm on my belt. C carried his deer rifle, a scoped .243 that shoots flatter than gossip, along with a chunky 10mm Glock he'd saved up for. B toted a matching black AR along with a stainless .357 revolver that looked older than we were. We also lugged a red lens spotlight big as a half-gallon jug. Coyotes reportedly can't distinguish red or green beams, so the plan was to sweep the field without spooking game. A moon half hid behind high haze. We walked single file down a faint tractor track until pasture grass brushed our knees. The lay of the land resembled the letter L. Our vantage point, sitting chairs just inside the 90-degree corner, granted us an open 120-yard cross shot to one side, a full 1,200-yard stretch of cut hay to the other, and dense timber looming behind. 40 yards downhill, the brush-whipped power line corridor bisected the treeline, disappearing into black. Around here, wildlife seldom keeps to farmland edges all at once, so we expected to wait a while. Something felt off almost immediately. I noticed little rhythms after enough nights outside. How katydids drone when barred owls trade hoots, how squirrels rustle oak leaves even at twilight. Yet from the moment our chairs sank into grass, the place felt devoid of the usual chorus. Cicadas faltered, frogs fell mute, and even the wind seemed to hush. We joked about lousy weather or maybe coyotes already lurking, and turned on the call. Electronic squeals, coyote distress first, then rabbit shrieks, rose and fell through a portable speaker. Our red light swept across the meadow. Nothing stirred. After 40 minutes, B grumbled about the call's batteries. C wondered if humidity muffled the sound. Around 12:30 a.m., we considered trekking to B's family property 10 miles north for a second try. That's when footsteps padded behind us. Long strides, heavy, two-legged. A century of timber and anthracite stumps back there makes for tricky footing even in daylight. Yet these steps sounded deliberate, crunch, pause, crunch, timed with our conversation. We swung the light backward, expecting maybe B's younger cousin playing a prank. The The beam sliced between maples. Nothing, just trunks and vines. We exchanged raised eyebrows. C whispered, "Must be a deer." I shook my head. "Deer don't walk like that." We reset the call volume. 10 minutes later, the same creeping gate circled wider left, always just outside the beam. This time, before we could spin our red light, a woman's voice floated from the timber. "C, can you come here?" My stomach folded inward. C's parents and siblings were 4 states away on vacation. Only his grandmother remained on the property, and she never left her porch after sundown. B's hand found his revolver grip. I clicked my rifle safety. In hushed agreement, we began packing chairs, call, and spent shell casings. That's when the scream erupted. Imagine a train whistle welded to a cougar's roar, spliced with a smoke detector's pitch, high enough to shred eardrums, low enough to vibrate marrow. The cry sprayed from the power line strip like an air raid siren, echoing across farmland into distant hills. I felt every hair on my neck stand as if electrocuted. Like veteran hunters, we'd shared stands next to bugling elk, startled bobcats, even one angry sow bear. Nothing, no animal or machine. I've encountered approaches that scream. Adrenaline shoved us into overdrive. While B covered the timber edge with his AR, C and I jogged to grab the electronic call we'd left 15 yards out in field center. Even with night vision reticle, scanning woods while running risked tripping, so I slowed for one heartbeat and saw eyes staring back. They hovered a yard above ground. Color: sick amber yellow, almost glowing. Pupils sharp vertical slits. Something primal seized me. I hissed at C, "Move!" We yanked the call, sprinted back, and hustled toward the farmhouse door. The beam swept across our flanks. Tree shadows skittered, but eyes vanished. Inside, we locked every bolt, flipped on kitchen fluorescents, and checked the windows. Our phones still had reception, so we spent 90 minutes Googling every wildlife vocalization in Appalachia. Red fox vixen scream, fisher cat shriek, barn owl screech, even mountain lion caterwaul. Each sample mismatched our memory. What we'd heard carried resonance, almost language inside distortion, and lasted longer than lung capacity should allow. By 3 a.m., nerves dulled enough for bed. C crashed on a downstairs couch. B threw himself on a recliner. I lay upstairs staring at the ceiling, rifle propped near nightstand. I drifted to half sleep until thirst drove me down for water. Ice cubes rattled in a glass. I leaned against the sink's cool porcelain and gazed across moon-washed yard. At first I thought the porch light reflected off dew. Then those amber orbs materialized, closer than before, hovering between trunk and fuel oil tank 15 steps from the kitchen window. No muzzle, no fur, just eyes burning malevolent. Every limb turned to lead. Glass halfway to my lips froze midair. I couldn't lift the rifle leaning 5 feet away. It felt like the creature willed paralysis through the pain. After what seemed an hour but proved 5 minutes, the eyes blinked out. Sound rushed back. I slammed the glass into sink, bounded upstairs, locked myself inside guest room, and didn't blink until dawn pooled under the curtains. For weeks afterward, motion lights tripped randomly. No raccoon tracks, no cat prints. We'd sit around late August fire pits when sensor flood lamps burst on. Across the dark lawn, at the edge where woods begin, faint dual embers flickered. One night C and I both saw them. We doused the fire pit, retreated indoors. C muttered, "What the hell was that?" I confessed seeing those eyes the first night. We resolved to ignore, to hope winter drove whatever it was away. Cold months passed uneventfully, fields blanketed under silence and snow. Now spring edges forward. Trees bud, coyotes whelp pups, and fear returns that high summer will bring the eyes again. I still don't know what hunts those woods. Some nights I scroll folklore, Eastern Wendigo myths, Algonquin cannibal spirits, skinwalker tales, none quite fit yet all echo. Every account mentions unnatural imitation, soul-freezing dread, a hunger that never ends. I only know the dread part is real. A chill deeper than marrow, triggered by one glimpse of yellow eyes hanging in darkness like lanterns from hell. The days are lengthening. The call of the woods normally stirs excitement for turkey season, trail cam checks, archery practice. This year, excitement is tangled with terror. I still slip into the hills, still scan for deer sign. But some evenings a hush falls too sudden, and a rotten sweet odor rides the air, and I find myself gripping the rifle tighter, ears strained for footsteps that match my own. When dusk paints the sky over C's farm and shadows stack under the trees, I head home early, lock my door before night takes full hold, and stare at the fields beyond my porch, praying that whatever waits back there decides to stay in legend. Because if it comes again, I fear legend will become something far worse than true. I grew up believing every inch of central Arizona's high country was my playground. Whenever the Phoenix heat began to simmer like a cast iron pan in July, my boyfriend, let's call him R, and half a dozen of our friends would load four-wheel drive rigs with coolers, camp stoves, tarps, and stray dogs, then point north toward Payson. For desert kids, Payson is a kind of natural air conditioner. Drive 2 hours, watch the saguaros give way to juniper, watch the thermometer drop 20 degrees, and suddenly the burnt asphalt and unbroken sunshine of the valley feel a world away. We stuck to a routine. The men carried tents and axes. The women packed food, stocked first aid, and insisted on at least one roll of toilet paper per camper. The dogs, everything from a 60-pound shepherd mix to an elderly dachshund rescue, buried noses in cedar duff and acted as four-legged alarms anytime a rabbit sneezed. By our count, we'd camped that stretch of forest road outside Payson more than 10 times in 2 years. Nights usually meant a hissing Coleman lantern, someone strumming half-remembered country chords on a travel guitar, and laughter rising through ponderosa silhouettes until Orion marched overhead. Sure, black bears passed through the Mazatzals, and sometimes you'll wake to scat in the dirt road, but we respected their domain and they respected ours. Coyotes yapped, owls hooted, breezes riffled canvas walls, but nothing felt truly dangerous. The weekend that rewired my sense of danger started no differently. We caravanned up State Route 87 on a mild Friday afternoon. 8 humans in 3 trucks, all windows down to let pine scent pour in. R and I rode tail in his silver Tacoma, our 2 shepherd mixes panting happily behind the cab seats. In the lead, O piloted a lifted F-150 loaded with camp chairs and a sloppy stack of firewood. B followed in a battered Jeep Cherokee, a yellow Labrador hanging its head out the passenger window. Our usual site sat at the end of a rutted spur road, flat enough for tents, open enough for stargazing, but walled in on 3 sides by thick ponderosa stands. After half an hour spent pitching the main 8-person tent, staking tarps, and running yellow nylon leash cords between pine trunks, we settled around a growing fire while dusk cooled the air. R and I inflated an old queen-size mattress in the back of the Tacoma, covered it with a flannel sheet, and propped the camper windows to coax any hint of breeze. Everything smelled of smoke and tortillas sizzling in cast iron. The lab whined for scraps. The shepherds stood alert at the tree line watching chipmunks tease, and life was exactly as it should be. Then the younger shepherd, she's a lanky black and tan who never fears anything, started whining in earnest. I thought maybe her leash had snagged again, so I left the folding table where I'd been chopping onions and walked to the pine where we'd anchored her. Sure enough, the cord was wrapped awkwardly around a stump. I knelt, unhitched the carabiner, and hauled her back toward camp. The dog would not stop staring at one particular pocket of darkness between ponderosa trunks, growling low in her throat. I rubbed her ears, told her she was fine, and clipped her leash so she could lie nearer the fire. The sun slid behind Mogollon Rim Plateau. One by one the guys cracked beers, and I found myself yawning, soothed by that primal mix of heat, smoke, and the comforting hush of forest nightlife clicking on. I told her I'd claim the truck bed early. "Take the girls," he said, meaning both shepherds. He squeezed my hand, promising to shut down the fire when embers fell. Inside the camper shell, the world muffled. Crickets chirped, aluminum bottles clinked, men's laughter rose and fell. I drifted into half-sleep. Later, no idea how much later, the tapping started. At first it ticked like wind-tossed twigs skittering across fiberglass. I opened my eyes. The younger dog stood at the tailgate, muscles bunched, teeth bared. Faint moonlight slipped through the side vents. I saw her hackles raised. Again. Tap tap. then a scuff as though something brushed corrugated metal. My first thought was raccoon, but raccoons bring noise. Skittering feet, quarrelsome chitters, whereas this rhythm felt intentional, measured. I cracked the rear window an inch, the dogs pressed against me. A cool gust swirled smoke scent. Beyond the truck, the fire ring cast a soft amber glow on a cluster of camp chairs. The men were silhouettes. One of them, B, I later learned, stood behind the big tent relieving himself against a trunk. The others were mid-conversation when a stick snapped in the woods left of their circle. Silence fell. 6 heads, 4 men, 2 dogs pivoted. R grabbed the pistol he always wears in a chest holster when camping. Someone else flicked on a 500 lumen LED that sliced between trees. Nothing reflected. No eye shine, no shape, only motes of dust swirling inside the beam. They scanned, waited, then lowered guns and resumed whatever story had preceded the snap. Almost immediately the lab shot to its feet, barking manic. Its owner wrestled the leash, muttering. Night sounds died. The forest fell into that eerie vacuum hunters know too well. The moment all insects, birds, and mammals decide collectively to mute themselves, as though an apex predator strides near. The guys glanced at each other. They herded the dogs into the big tent, zipped the flap, stoked the fire higher. R and one buddy made a perimeter sweep, flashlights bobbing through pine trunks. They found nothing. Eventually my boyfriend climbed into the Tacoma, whispered that everything seemed calm, and curled beside me. In the far tent, the others settled, though the lab huffed restlessly. I remember thinking, it's probably a bobcat or a hungry bear. Nothing more. Sleep overcame worry. Morning sun warmed condensation on the camper glass. I crawled out, stretching, surprised by how normal the campsite felt. Someone brewed camp coffee. Bacon hissed on a griddle. Over mugs, one buddy asked casually, "Anybody hear weird sounds last night?" The rest of us shook heads no, except the lab's owner, who frowned like he wanted to protest but let it drop. We chalked the previous evening up to wildlife and nerves. Daytime passed lazy. Some of us threw a frisbee for dogs, others napped in hammocks. By mid-afternoon, 2 of the guys, B and T, announced they'd hike a game trail up the ridge to check for deer sign. They took 1 dog for company, each carrying a sidearm. R sharpened a hatchet. I stacked tinder. Not once did we anticipate the shape of terror they'd carry back. Near dusk, footfalls thundered through brush. B emerged first, collapsed to knees, retched bile. T stumbled out pale as cedar ash, eyes wide. Dogs bristled, ears pinned. We dragged the hikers to campfire light, forced water into their shaking hands. T found his voice first. He and B had climbed maybe a mile, following faint deer tracks, when B stepped off trail to relieve himself. T turned his back, studying a squirrel's nest overhead, yet no squirrels. Rustling leaves above drew his gaze, but branches sat still in calm air. He called to B, asking whether he'd kicked leaves. B answered, irritated, no. T waited, uneasy. Then he glimpsed a shadow between trees. Huge, upright, half concealed behind a trunk perhaps 200 feet downhill. He hissed for B not to turn, but B laughed off pranks. That's when the forest sucked silent again. A rock whizzed from nowhere, cracked T on the back of the head, dropping him to a knee. He screamed. B spun, saw nothing obvious, but heard a deep growl roll like thunder from behind him. And then they ran, sprinting downhill, pursued by unseen heavy strides that crashed branches. Only when they burst into our clearing did the steps cease. While T told the story, the sky bruised purple. Every face around the fire tightened. My heart pounded against ribs. R, instantly in leader mode, ordered we consolidate gear, drag tents closer to trucks, load valuables into vehicles, prep to evacuate if needed. I shot up, adrenaline fueling frantic packing, stuffing camp stove and lantern into the Tacoma bed. R called me paranoid. I didn't care. By full dark, the main tent sat 10 feet from the fire. Both trucks pressed bumper to bumper for a makeshift wall. Dogs kenneled in rear cargo areas. I told her I felt chilled despite the warmth, that I wanted inside the truck bed. bed early. T's fiancé, call her Elle, shared the instinct. 'Cause I wanted inside the truck bed early. T's fiancé, call her Elle, shared the instinct. 'Cause I wanted inside the truck bed early. T's fiancé, call her Elle, shared the instinct. 'Cause I wanted inside the truck bed early. T's fiancé, call her Elle, shared the instinct. She locked herself and their dog inside their SUV's hatch. Windows cracked only an inch. Men drank beer at the fire, talking low. An owl hooted, then silence swept again. B announced he needed to pee but would stay close this time. He stepped behind the first trunk beyond the ring's glow. I kept eyes on that spot. I, watching from the camper vent, heard faint rustling to my left, beyond trucks, near the arch where two pines leaned together. I whispered R's name, said something moved out there. He patted holster, promised he'd keep us safe. B zipped up, turned back into camp, and L screamed from her SUV. My eyes snapped to her pointing finger. Behind B, maybe 15 feet deeper into darkness, twin yellow lights floated. At first glance, they resembled bicycle reflectors, but they sat too high, easily a foot above any man's head. My stomach dropped. A chill sheeted through me so hard my back struck the camper roof. R sprang, shouted, "Get down!" He fired 4 quick rounds toward the eyes. Muzzle flashed strobe trilene. B hit the deck, crawling for firelight. The eyes vanished. Silence cracked like ice. I exhaled only to scream when the Tacoma lurched sideways. Something smashed its shoulder or body into the driver's side panel. I scrambled, closing the rear hatch, feeling metal reverberate from the impact point. R dashed to my side, pistol leveled. "Stay down," he ordered, scanning under the truck. Chaos erupted. T hauled sleeping bags into the SUV. O and another buddy, F, yanked poles from the big tent, collapsing canvas with dogs inside so they could drag the whole mess toward their F-150. The lab howled. The shepherds barked from the truck. I hushed them, choking back panic. From beyond the collapsed tent, a low guttural snarl rolled. A warning vibration that rattled cookware. R shouted we were leaving now. He climbed into the Tacoma's cab. B dove into the back seat with his 2 dogs. I huddled in the camper shell, bracing knees against wells, heart punching. R punched ignition. Headlights carved swaths of trunks as we fishtailed onto the spur road. Behind us, L's SUV headlights jolted alive, followed by O's truck. I risked peeking through rear glass. In the receding glow of our fire, which still flickered in the ring though no humans remained, I saw movement. A tall, lank frame loping on 2 legs, skin stretched tight, tattered fur or cloth fluttering, antler-like protrusions silhouetted. Before distance swallowed the sight, the creature kicked dirt into the ring, snuffing flame. Night swallowed it. On the washboard road to Payson, I watched O's taillights snake wildly. Later, O confessed something slammed into his tailgate, clawing 3 deep furrows, nearly sending him into a ravine. We rolled beneath Walmart's bright arc lights like refugees. Doors flew open. L sobbed, shaking so hard she could barely stand. B looked nauseated. O pointed at his F-150. 3 gouges the size of crowbars peeled chrome like sardine tin. We pooled dogs among vehicles, checked each other for injuries, changed blown eardrums with water and tissues. Nobody wanted to split alone, so we caravanned all the way to Phoenix, engines humming companionably down State Route 87. Halfway home, R gripped the wheel hard, jaw clenched. Without looking at me, he confessed he'd encountered something at that very site a year prior. Only eyeshine and distant stomps, nothing this violent. He'd kept quiet, afraid friends would laugh. I felt betrayal rise but recognized fear behind his secrecy. I squeezed his arm, saying we would never return there. He nodded, tears pinpricking. Since that night, we've kept that promise. When travelage hits, we book KOA cabins near Flagstaff, where porch lights hum and night sounds remain night sounds. I miss the wild hush of true forest, yet unease coils in my gut at any talk of Payson's back roads. O still owns that tailgate scarred by trident claws, a constant reminder. T swears stones sometimes ping his roof at dusk despite living miles away. B's lab, once fearless, refuses to leave porch light's reach. Friends who camp up there sometimes dismiss our tale. They cite bears, mountain lions, misidentified elk. I hope they're right, but in private moments, poring over Navajo legends of skinwalkers, Algonquin warnings about Wendigo, modern accounts of strange mimicry, I recall those towering eyes, the way the forest itself seemed to hold its breath, And I know that somewhere among those limestone ridges and ponderosa shadows, a thing lingers. It learned our shapes, our voices, our fear, and it is still hungry. If you ever find yourself north of Payson, following a dusty spur to a campsite no map names, pack more than beer and marshmallows. Keep dogs close, keep rifles closer, and if the night bruises quiet all at once, leave your fire burning and walk out the way you came. Some empty places in Arizona are empty for a reason. I never used to be nervous about forests at night. I grew up on the edge of a small town where street lamps stopped 2 blocks from my parents' house, so darkness and trees felt normal. But last year, on the 4th of July, something happened that rearranged my sense of normal forever. Whenever I replay the night in my head, the little details come back one by one. The smell of hot asphalt, the fizz of cheap fireworks, the rasp of dry grass under my sneakers. But what I remember most clearly is the moment the laughter stopped and everything we thought we understood about the woods broke into pieces. The plan was simple. Spend the holiday together, buy more fireworks than we needed, hike a block down from Kat's subdivision to the narrow belt of forest that separates her neighborhood from an industrial drainage ditch, and set off the loud stuff after dark. We were 19, old enough to buy most of the fireworks, young enough to think the rules barely applied, and we had nothing to do the next morning. Kat always had the easiest place for a late-night hangout because her mom worked the night shift at the hospital, leaving the house empty except for Kat's grandmother, who fell asleep to the TV by 8. That meant no grown-ups peering through blinds if we lit sparklers in the driveway, and no one calling the sheriff if the police scanner mentioned illegal ordnance in the suburb. After lunch, Rian drove over in her rust-colored hatchback with the trunk crammed full of Roman candles, Saturn batteries, a plastic grocery bag bristling with torpedoes, and one of those party buckets filled with whistlers, smoke bombs, bottle rockets, and punks. I rode shotgun in Kat's car, so the 3 of us together looked like a caravan of trouble. The temp was kissing 95 already, the kind of heat that makes the horizon wobble. Great weather for the public pool or air-conditioned movie theaters, but awful for standing in line at the pop-up fireworks tent. We spent an hour wandering between plywood counters marked "Buy 1, Get 2, while a teenager in a neon vest yelled catalog numbers to his buddy at the register. Every time Rian spotted a bigger mortar, she wanted to add it. Every time I checked the prices, my stomach tightened. Kat handled the cash, peeling bills from a wad her grandmother gave her that morning. Hush money, basically, so she would buy her own snacks and leave Grandma's decaf alone. By the time we left with 2 heavy boxes, the sun hung lower, but the temperature had barely dropped. Melted tar smelled like burnt sugar. Gnats aimed for our bottled sodas. We hauled everything back to Kat's living room and spread out the loot on the carpet in front of a rotating fan. Kat's cat, Mr. Noodles, watched the fuses twitch and then retreated to the hallway with his tail puffed. For maybe an hour we sorted, argued about the launch order, and separated the noisemakers from the color shells. Rian kept threading extra punk sticks into her hair like chopsticks. She thought it looked cool. Kat texted a guy she liked, and the rest of us pretended not to notice her goofy grin. I took pictures of every new arrangement on my phone because it felt important to remember how perfect the plan looked before any trouble started. Around 5, we lugged the boxes down Cat Street. The neighborhood was built in the late 1990s. Cookie-cutter ranch houses, trimmed lawns, no sidewalks, and the only streetlight stood outside the community mailbox. So once we passed that pole, we were on our own. A row of half-dead cedars and a drainage ditch marked the point where manicured shrubs ended and real scrub began. Beyond that strip of briars waited a narrow trail that cut between tall oaks and sagging pines until it reached the creek. If you crept 30 yards more, you came to the footbridge that spanned the water, and on the far side of the bridge was a dirt clearing just big enough for folding chairs. Kids lit fireworks there every Independence Day. The city cops usually patrolled the main roads, not the hidden trail, so the clearing felt safe. Safe in daylight, anyway. Maybe 5 steps beyond the cedars, I felt something tighten between my shoulder blades, a whisper of being watched. It was the same prickle I get when I realize someone in a store aisle is staring, except this gaze came from everywhere at once. I tried to shake it off. The afternoon light slanted through green leaves in arrow shafts. Cicadas droned. The creek gurgled downstream. Nothing looked threatening, but I caught Rian glancing over her shoulder too, searching the trees, so I knew I was not alone in the feeling. We dumped the fireworks beside the trail's bare patch of sand, maybe 20 paces from the bridge, and dropped our backpacks for later. Kat wanted to rehearse the launch positions. The torpedoes closest to the water so sparks would fall clear of the grass. The bottle rockets stuck in a clump of clay near a log. The artillery shells loaded last so we could sprint away. Rian argued we should build a little trench for the big firecrackers in case they tipped. While they measured distances with their feet, I kept scanning the undergrowth. Between two pines I thought I saw movement. A flash of brown hide, a quick stagger. But the shape ducked out of sight so fast I convinced myself it was only a deer. Nothing unusual about deer. They were everywhere. You could scare them off with a cough. Still, the seconds after that glimpse felt stretched. No animals bounded away. No leaves rustled. Just the steady hum of humidity buzzing in my ears. Kat laughed it off when Rian mentioned seeing something big. Probably an elm branch fell, Kat said, shrugging. But she looked toward the trees too, eyes narrowed. Before any of us explained more, the sharp odor of sulfur drifted through the stillness, like spoiled eggs cooked on asphalt. Nobody spoke about it. We scrunched our noses, blamed a busted septic line somewhere, and went back to work. Eventually, the smell faded. We finished stacking the boxes, hoisted 2 plastic folding chairs behind a stump, and laid a blanket over the cooler. Everything was ready. We just had to wait. Dusk in midsummer creeps slowly, drawing out shadows as though someone pulls a blanket across the sky. We killed an hour throwing pebbles into the creek and crafting worst-case scenarios. Park rangers arrest us. Neighbors confiscate the mortars. Kat's mom arrives home early. When the sun finally kissed the horizon and the first distant pop of neighborhood fireworks echoed, we loaded the initial torpedo onto its base, lit the fuse, and bolted behind the log. The shell whooshed upward, bloomed in dazzling red and silver, and left ears ringing. Adrenaline punched our chests. We cheered and scrambled to light the next. Somewhere east, sirens revved through suburbia. No surprise. By 8:30 half the county looked like a battlefield. But we knew if officers were dispatched along our road, they might swing flashlights down the path and catch smoke. So we executed the escape plan. Dash to the bridge, slip beneath, crouch among concrete pilings until the sirens faded. Laughing about how cool we looked ducking trouble, we waited beneath the bridge while residue dusted the creek. That was when the sulfur stench barreled back, thicker, like rotting meat left in a swamp. All 3 of us gagged. Sweat prickled my scalp even in the night air. Kat tried a joke. Maybe it's a Wendigo stopping by to say hi, or the rake choosing its next victim. But her voice quivered. Rian shot her a glare that silenced the laughter. Crickets fell quiet. The drone of insects collapsed into a suffocating hush. We exchanged looks, identical apprehension reflected 3 ways, and crawled into the ragged full moon light. The moon hung so bright it almost cast shadows colored like bruises. Between bursts of stray fireworks skyward, the forest shimmered in pulse light. Red-blue, green-gold, darkness, repeat. Every flash carved deeper silhouettes into the trees. We hurried back to the clearing, planning to set off our stash in one grand finale, then bail. But no sooner had we reached the boxes than a hollow knock echoed from the woods. Knock, knock, knock. Like someone slamming a branch against a trunk. The 3 of us froze. Again came the knock, same rhythm, closer. A 3rd time, this one deep enough to vibrate the soil beneath my shoes. Kat cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled, "If you're the cops, it wasn't us." Kids a block down fired the big stuff. They ran into the woods. She pointed left into the gloom, dramatizing the lie. The words bounced against trees and died. Silence swelled, heavy and wet. Every hair along my arms and on the back of my neck lifted. An electric warning. Faint glimmers from descending fireworks speckled the undergrowth like dying embers. Then, at the edge of that failing light, we saw movement. The graceful, bounding gait of a deer stepping between saplings. Except, no, something was terribly wrong. The deer halted and rose, not reared, but rose, spine extended, until it balanced on 2 legs. The body looked starved, skin draped tight over bones. ribs protruding so sharply you could have counted them from 50 feet away. Antlers scraped raggedly against a hanging pine limb. The thing's arms, if arms was right, stretched downward, ending in crooked points like shattered fingers. It touched a maple with one elongated hand and rapped 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. None of us spoke. Our eyes were saucers, throats locked. In the lull came a voice. Cat's voice, but twisted hollow, like a cassette running at half speed. Other kids a block down. The entity lurched forward 1 step and angled a bony digit to its right, precisely mirroring the gesture Cat had made moments earlier. Then the distorted voice shrieked louder. They ran into the woods! Like a parrot imitating a sentence it barely grasped. The scream that followed bent my knees. High-pitched yet bubbling with gravel, feral delight. Rian reacted first. Run! Adrenaline burst through my limbs. We sprinted for the subdivision, feet hammering earth, lungs burning. Behind us the creature cackled. A cackle unlike any fox or coyote, more like a hyena run through an amplifier, and the brush crashed under pursuing weight. I did not dare look back. I only saw my shadow flicker huge with each Roman candle explosion overhead. Saw Cat's ponytail whip behind her like a flag. Halfway to the neighborhood, a single thunderous gunshot cracked the night. The roar rolled through treetops, stopping us mid-stride. A split second later came a horrific screech. Pain, fury, starvation, all twisted together. I risked a glance. Through branches, I saw the silhouette of a man holding a shotgun, stance wide, barrel smoking. The creature buckled, pivoted, and melted into undergrowth that seemed to swallow it as though the forest were water and the beast a stone. The smell vanished on a gust. "Get inside!" the man shouted. "Doors unlocked. Run inside. Lock the doors, close the blinds, and whatever you do, don't come out no matter what you hear." His voice carried neither panic nor hesitation, like he was accustomed to warnings. We did not question him. The porch light of his dark shingled house beckoned across the patch of lawn. We dove through the doorway, slammed deadbolts, yanked cords so blinds clattered shut, and lunged into the first room we found. Some sort of den with old VS tapes stacked on milk crates. Cat jammed the lock. Seconds ticked. 1, 2. Another shotgun blast thundered outside. Wood creaked against maybe claws. Then nothing but our ragged breath. I slid to the floor, palms over ears, rocking like a child. We huddled so close I felt Cat's heart hammer through her sweatshirt. Minutes passed. Could have been 10, could have been 40. My sense of time snapped. Outside our door, boots shuffled across linoleum. A soft thump, as if someone sank onto a sofa. The TV clicked on. A game show's cheerful jingle floated down the hall. The man called gently, "You can come out now, girls. It's safe." We did not budge. Something inside me whispered that the Wendigo, or whatever we had seen, was clever. But minutes rolled and no unnatural smell seeped beneath the frame. The man spoke again, calm. "Listen, I'll sit right here on the couch and watch TV. You can stay hidden. I won't open your door. But the monster's gone for tonight. If you need a lift home later, say so." Eventually Cat cracked the door. I clung to her elbow, shaking my head, but she insisted. Rian followed. I couldn't stand being alone, so I dragged myself out. The man, late 40s, maybe, weather-lined face, flannel shirt, lowered the volume and introduced himself. Keith Carter. No badge, no uniform, just ordinary. Shotgun leaning against a recliner. We spent an uneasy hour watching a late-night sitcom we did not register. Keith brewed instant coffee, offered us pancakes with instant-cook eggs. None of us felt hungry. Rian forced down bites. Cat pretended to nibble. I stared at the plate, fingertips trembling against the fork. Finally Keith said what we feared to think aloud. "That thing was a Wendigo." He said the word like a carpenter naming a tool. Familiar, practical. I swallowed hard. "It's been here long? Month or so. I keep watch. Not many believers around, but I do what I can." Cat slammed palms on the table. "You mean that nightmare has stalked the woods near my house for a month and nobody told me?" Keith raised sunken eyebrows. "I guess you wouldn't have believed me." Cat deflated. Whisper caught. "No." We finished the meal. Dawn smeared pale orange over the curtains. Rian asked for a ride. Keith agreed. On Cat's front walk, he watched us file inside, then reverse down the street, shotgun still cradled in his passenger seat like another person. We never spoke again about that night. Cat left for college in California within 2 months. Rian moved to Boston for design school. I returned to London to live with an aunt and study archives. But sometimes, when I catch the scent of sulfur from a distant match strike or hear woodpeckers hammer trees, my pulse jumps. Even in London's crowded streets, I avoid parks after sunset. The memory crawls from hiding. The skeletal deer on 2 legs, the stolen voice repeating Cat's words, the laugh that sounded like it delighted in our terror. Wendigo, dweller of starvation legends, had found suburbia's edge, and though Keith's gun chased it off, legends rarely die. Each of us changed small habits. Rian ditched night jogging. Cat installed motion sensor floodlights around whatever apartment she rents. I keep silver bells by my bedroom door after reading they can repel certain spirits. None of us learned exactly what Keith did with the carcass or whether the creature survived. Cat's mother still works nights. Cat never told her what prowled those blocks. Sometimes we group text memories. "Anyone here knocks lately?" "Nope. Staying in tonight." Always half joking. Yet beneath lies the unspoken oath. We know it was real. It happened a year ago, but I still hear the echo of Keith's calm warning while thunder fireworks crack far away. Stay inside, lock the door, close the blinds. The 4th of July had never felt like a dangerous holiday to me. Growing up, the date meant backyard barbecues, sparklers that fizzed out into the warm darkness, and the lingering smell of cheap gunpowder on my clothes when I finally staggered into bed. Last year, though, everything I thought I knew about fireworks, forests, and middle-of-the-night laughter changed. So completely that I still feel the echo of those hours every time July rolls around. I can remember the color of the sky above the tree line, the sound of distant sirens ricocheting across the suburbs, and the cold certainty that something inhuman was studying every breath I took. Even after moving an ocean away, I replay that night in slow motion whenever I pass a clump of dark trees or get a whiff of sulfur on the wind. It started out innocently enough. My 2 closest friends, Rian and Cat, and I had cooked up a simple plan weeks in advance. Sleep over at Cat's house, pool our cash, buy a ridiculous pile of fireworks from the seasonal pop-up tent, and blast them after dark at the edge of the woods that borders Cat's neighborhood. Cat's backyard backed toward a stretch of overgrown city property. No streetlights, no regular footpaths, just a narrow belt of pines, oaks, and scratchy cedar. An old footbridge spanned a drainage creek on the far side of the tree line, and under that bridge, in a hollow barely tall enough to stand, you could hide from prying eyes if patrol cars cruised by. We had used the spot for late-night talk sessions more than once. Long enough to memorize every crooked plank on the bridge deck and every murky pothole along the trail. That 4th fell on a Monday, but none of us worked summer jobs with fixed Tuesday shifts, so we felt free to risk a night without sleep. Cat's mother had drawn a night shift at the hospital, and her grandmother, who lived in the spare room and kept the household running, usually nodded off to game shows by 8. It was the perfect recipe. No adults awake to count the mortar shells, a nearby hiding place, and enough free time to relish every sky burst. Rian arrived first, steering her rust-brown hatchback into Cat's driveway a little after noon. Traces of pollen clung to its hood. She had clearly driven through the narrow country roads outside town to reach the bigger fireworks vendors near the state line. When she popped the trunk, we saw cardboard boxes wedged tight around a cooler of day-old soda. Printed warning labels glared up in fluorescent caution stripes. Warning. Emits showers of sparks. Do not hold in hand. Place on hard level surface. Light fuse and get away. Beneath the biggest crate were 2 brown paper grocery bags stuffed to the brim with bottle rockets, double report black cats, and novelty fountains. Rian grinned the grin of someone who knew she'd blown her entire paycheck on things designed to hiss, whistle, and explode. I showed up next in my mom's aging sedan, riding shotgun because Cat was driving. Cat cared less about ordnance and more about snacks. We packed 3 family-sized bags of cheese puffs, a box of freezer pops that would melt into syrup long before dusk, and an economy bag of beef jerky. Before we hauled the loot inside, Kat insisted on reading out the names on every artillery shell. Midnight Thunder King, Crimson Nightmare, Patriot Pulse. She had always treated fireworks the way other people treated pets, introducing them, giving them small backstories, and half apologizing when they went up in smoke. Inside Kat's living room, the air conditioning tried its best to compete with the July furnace outside, but the chilled air could barely cool our sun-baked arms. We dragged the boxes onto the carpet and flopped down in a messy circle, sorting by size, by color description, even by fuse length, so we could chain light some of them if we ran short on patience. I kept careful track of which cases contained torpedoes, heavy single-shot mortars so loud they rattled rib cages. Those shells were the reason we needed the forest clearing rather than Kat's trimmed backyard. If we launched them anywhere near the deck railing, neighbors would have called the sheriff before the sparks faded. While we bickered about the launch order, Mr. Noodles, the enormous ginger Tom that ruled Kat's household, sauntered in, inspected the piles, and vanished again, unimpressed. We talked ourselves breathless about which shell would burst widest, which color combination would look prettiest against the near full moon, and how many Roman candles we could wave before the melted plastic burned our fingers. Around 3:30 we realized we still needed extra punk sticks, the long incense-like tapers used to ignite fuses, and a few plastic lighters. Kat and I drove to the gas station 2 miles away, leaving Rian to guard our improvised arsenal. I remember the slide of leather against the steering wheel, the smell of gasoline bleeding into the humid afternoon, and the metallic taste of anticipation as Kat described how bright crimson looked over trees if you caught the timing just right. We should have known then that any mention of timing meant we were wrestling with luck, and luck rarely plays fair. We returned a little after 5, stepped out of the car, and froze at the property's edge. About 100 feet down the box hedge row, hovering right where trimmed lawn blurred into wild scrub, stood a doe. Or what, in that first startled instant, I assumed was a doe. Slender neck, mottled brown coat, motionless posture, perfectly plausible. Except the head sat ever so slightly too low and the elbows folded inward at an impossible angle. I blinked. The shape twitched and disappeared behind leaves. Kat insisted it was a deer so hungry it had wandered close to houses earlier than dusk. I half believed her because belief came easier than investigating. We stashed our purchases, wasted an hour to the tune of backyard radios and faint fireworks pops from somewhere across the subdivision, and tried not to glance too often toward the tree line. Around 6:30, Kat's grandmother shuffled down the hallway, kissed Kat's cheek, asked what time we'd be home, and accepted Kat's vague promise that we would not blow up the gazebo. The moment the sliding door clicked shut behind Grandma, we split tasks. Rian shouldered the cooler and 2 of the heavier crates. Kat hoisted a mesh laundry bag stuffed with smaller fireworks. I grabbed the remaining box, a flashlight, and the folding shovel Rian insisted we use to level the mortar tubes. We walked the block in dying daylight, none of us speaking much. When the freshly paved street ended at its cul-de-sac loop, we ducked through a gap in the cedars onto dirt that still radiated heat collected all afternoon. The trail wasn't technically forbidden, but a rusting sign nailed to a post warned trespassing after dark is a misdemeanor. Fallen needles swallowed our footsteps. My stomach swirled the way it sometimes did before exams, as though a wrong answer waited just ahead. At the first bend, Kat declared she felt watched. She said it almost playfully, but her shoulders pinched upward. I joked that maybe the squirrels were gossiping about our fashion sense. Rian muttered she'd keep an eye on the undergrowth. None of us slowed. By the time we reached the clearing, nothing more than a sandy oval dotted with beer bottle shards and a half-rotten log. Golden light had turned coppery. We dumped the boxes, arranged tubes, then argued over how many feet of distance constituted far enough to avoid accidental immolation. Kat wrapped 2 bricks of Saturn rockets in twine so she could launch them as a single shrieking chorus. Rian stuck bottle rockets neck-deep in damp clay along a route. I patted a flat patch for my favorite torpedoes, tamping the dirt until it felt stable. The breeze died. Humid air pressed downward, heavy as wool. That was when the smell rolled across us. A sudden nose-clogging stench like burst sewer pipes or sulfur springs gone rancid. My instinct was to breathe shallow through my sleeve, But Kat popped a joke about her brother's sneakers, and we all forced chuckles that tasted nervous. The odor faded almost as quickly as it came, but it left behind a prickle down the back of my neck that no wind could explain. I braced a mortar tube between two rocks, looked up, and saw movement again between tree trunks. Just the flash of a tan hide and a quick bound. It registered as deer. My brain insisted on deer, yet some part of me whispered no, something crooked about the silhouette. I stared until my eyes watered, saw nothing else, shook it off like a daydream. Twilight seeped into night, crickets tuned up. Somewhere distant, neighbors tested a multi-shot cake that screeched and crackled. We took turns lighting the legal fountains, laughing when sparks ricocheted off the log and dying embers rained too close to our shoes. Around 9:30, we decided the neighborhood noise might mask our bigger shells. Torpedoes time. The first fuse hissed, spat sparks, and the mortar whooshed upward to burst in glorious white and green. We used its fading glow to ignite a second, then a third. Sirens wailed far off, maybe 2 blocks over. Our agreed signal. We scattered, grabbing only flashlights, and raced the 20 yards to the bridge. Underneath, the concrete smelled of wet algae and ancient beer. Rian sprawled on a cinder block, laughter caught halfway between relief and adrenaline. Kat paced, mumbling a countdown of how long sirens usually linger. I don't know precisely when the sulfur stench returned. One moment I was adjusting my phone's brightness. The next a humid gust invaded, sticky with rot. All 3 of us covered our noses. Crickets halted mid-chirp. The silence throbbed. Kat tried another joke. Maybe the Wendigo just wanted to greet us, or the rake was browsing victims. Her voice cracked. Rian and I exchanged a look that said this is not funny anymore. Far off, fireworks boomed. Their flashes sent trembling copper reflections across the creek water. Sirens receded. We crawled back into moonlight, reached the clearing, and set to finishing our show. But as soon as we kneeled beside the boxes, a hollow knocking echoed through the trees. 3 knocks, deliberate, as though a club struck a thick trunk. We froze. No wind followed. Again came the knocks, closer, unanswered by any bird call. Kat, nerves swelling into bravado, cupped her hands and shouted, "If you're the cops, we didn't do anything illegal. It was the other kids a block that way. They ran into the woods." She jabbed left for emphasis. Her voice clanged off the dark leaves. The forest responded with nothing. No knocks, no night insects, just a hush so complete my pulse thudded loud in my ears. The hair on my forearms lifted, and behind that hush, from somewhere deep, rolled the faintest mimic of Kat's shout, garbled, stretched, as if answered by a broken loudspeaker. Other kids, a block down. Fireworks still exploded in other neighborhoods, dropping shards of red and gold light onto treetops. In one such flicker, I saw movement near the maples, tall, skeletal movement. My breath snagged halfway. The creature stepped forward, entering the open flash of color. A deer upright on 2 thin legs, ribs protruding like sun-bleached slats. The head lolled, antlers splayed, yet the eyes, dull black pits, fixated on us. One elongated arm ended in claw-like digits that wrapped the nearest trunk. Knock, knock, knock. Time fractured. Kat whispered my name. Rian cursed under her breath. The creature tilted its head, then spoke again in that bizarre recording of Kat's earlier shout. "They ran into the woods!" At a pitch grinding against sanity. It lifted one arm to point exactly where Kat had indicated minutes before. As it stepped into a sliver of moonlight, we saw how gaunt the limbs were, how the skin clung like greasy parchment over joints. We bolted. Instinct, not decision. Boxes, cooler, folding shovel abandoned. The creature lunged, emitting a laugh, a wet, chattering cackle more hyena than human. Twigs snapped as it gave chase. I sprinted blindly, heart jackhammering. Kat's ponytail bobbed ahead. Rian's breath rasped behind. I forced my legs faster despite roots clawing the path. Every second I feared a claw would close around my shoulder blades. A shotgun blast erupted. Thunder in the hallway of trees. The forest lit white for a flash. A guttural screech followed. ripped from a throat not designed for screaming. I risked a glance and saw a silhouette of a man, broad-shouldered, shotgun leveled between trunks. The creature staggered, then melted sideways into brush, vanishing like a shadow. "Get inside," the man bellowed. "The door's unlocked. Run inside, lock the doors, close the blinds, and whatever you do, don't come out no matter what you hear." His voice lacked panic. It was grim directive. We tore across mown grass onto a dim front porch, wrenched the door, slammed it, shoved deadbolts home, tugged every blind. The house smelled of old coffee and cedar sawdust. We collapsed into a narrow side room lined with Vicha stacks, turned the lock, and sank against the wall. My knees vibrated. Outside, another blast shook window panes. Then a warbling cry, so pained and furious it knifed straight through drywall. The sulfur odor seeped through frames, then receded. Silence settled. Not ordinary silence, but brittle, breathless. Keys rattled in the front door, slow, metallic. The knob turned. Kat pressed both hands against my arm. The door opened, shut. A deadbolt clicked. Boots scuffed hardwood. A voice called in measured calm, "You can come out now, girls. It's safe." None of us moved. "I understand if you don't believe me," the voice continued. "I'll wait on the couch." I turned the TV on. A television came alive out there. Volume low, canned laughter followed by a jingle. At some point, Kat whispered she needed to see. Rian clenched her wrist, but eventually Kat twisted the lock and peeked. I clung to her sweatshirt because the idea of being alone, even behind walls, terrified me. We stepped into a living room where a middle-aged man sat tapping ash from a pipe, shotgun balanced across his knees. Balding temples, eyes that looked like they hadn't slept properly in years. "I'm Keith Carter," he said in a voice that implied introductions were a sad afterthought to more urgent matters. "Sorry about the scare. Nothing human should be in those woods at night, especially not on the 4th. Noise attracts it." We milled uncertainly. Keith gestured toward the sofa's far end. "Sit if you want. Pancake batter's in the kitchen if you're hungry later." Kat and Rian perched on edge cushions. I remained standing, back against a hallway doorframe, one hand clutching my phone as if signal bars could protect me. We listened to the laugh track on TV and the distant pop of others' fireworks for maybe 10 minutes before any of us trusted our vocal cords. Kat asked what the creature was. Keith did not hedge. "Wendigo," he said. "Been nosing around about a month. I keep watch. Fireworks rile it up." Kat's forehead creased. "It's been here a month? And nobody told the kids who live 2 doors away." "If I'd said monster, you'd have laughed," Keith replied. Rian did laugh, nerves or disbelief, but Kat fell silent, staring at her shoes. Hunger eventually pried me from paralysis. I joined them on the couch because the hallway felt lonelier than the living room. Keith turned cartoons low and disappeared into the kitchen, coming back with plates piled high. Steam from pancakes coiled into the stale apartment air. The 3 of us toyed with forks. When Keith asked how we slept, Kat forced brightness. "Took a while, but I slept okay." Rian nodded, mouth too full to answer. I simply stared at maple syrup pooling around a sausage patty until Keith softly repeated the question. "I didn't sleep," I muttered, voice barely audible. He leaned closer. I said it again louder, then clammed up, embarrassed at how childish it sounded. Keith did not tease. He tapped his fork on china. "After what you saw, I wouldn't sleep either." My pulse roared, part fear, part relief that someone believed the vision. Words tumbled out. "I think that thing was a Wendigo. Is that right?" Keith's nod confirmed what I wished he might deny. Kat's appetite vanished. "So that creature has been out there for weeks? Month, maybe 5 weeks," Keith conceded. Kat's voice climbed an octave. "And we nearly became its dessert because no one said a word." Rian chuckled again, though her eyes no longer followed a joke. Keith smiled sadly. Teenagers sneaking fireworks rarely take warnings from old men with shotguns. That truth settled heavy in the room. Breakfast limped to a finish. Our plates sat half-eaten. Around 10 a.m. Keith offered us a ride. We accepted. As he pulled to the curb outside Kat's tidy ranch, he offered final advice through the window. Stay inside after dusk. Floodlights help, but the only sure trick is daylight. That thing'll look for easier prey. He glanced at the woods, 50 paces from Kat's back fence, then drove off. We hustled inside. Kat's grandma, back from errands, never asked why we returned in a stranger's truck. She served us sweet iced tea and assumed our exhaustion came from fireworks alone. We didn't correct her. We didn't mention the boxes abandoned in the clearing. We didn't speak of 4 scrawny limbs or antlers scraping bark or a stolen voice repeating Kat's shout. Within months we scattered, Kat to a community college near Los Angeles, Rian to an art program in Boston, me across the Atlantic to London for university. The 3 of us keep a group chat alive mostly with memes, yet every so often one of us types something like, "Heard knocks outside my new flat. Made me think of that night." Responses come quick. A nervous joke, a skull emoji, a reminder to keep curtains closed. I have researched Wendigo lore in library basements. Stories of cannibal spirits born from hunger and cold, but nothing matches the thin, upright deer I saw knocking wood to wood, echoing our phrases like a feral mockery. Perhaps folklore shifts shape with geography. Perhaps some horrors evolve in silence among cul-de-sacs until they fit new hunting grounds. I never walk near wooded parks after sunset now. Street lamps are my comfort. Crowds are my talisman. Yet the smell of spent fireworks still lifts memories I wish remained buried. I taste sulfur, and I am back beneath that footbridge, heart thunderous, waiting for a knock that could never be merely wood on bark. I imagine Keith Carter still sitting on his sagging couch, shotgun across his lap, listening for telltale knocks. I wonder whether the Wendigo slipped across the city that night, sniffing for another backyard where laughter masks fear. If you ever feel eyes on your back while you strike a match in the dark, if the night air suddenly reeks of rot, remember there are things older than warning signs and more patient than any law. Remember 3 friends who thought jokes would keep the monsters away. Remember to lock your doors and close your blinds, because sometimes the thing outside already knows your voice and might repeat it just to hear you run. I still remember the very first time I stepped into Kisatchie National Forest as a child. It was a December morning, and the fog rested low across the mixed pines and cypress stands. My father and uncle walked several yards ahead, shotguns cradled in the crooks of their arms, while I lagged behind, mesmerized by every crunch of frost beneath my boots and every half-hidden squirrel spiraling up a trunk at the edge of my vision. Back then I was too young to grasp the subtle warnings the elders tried to pass on. Nothing as plain as, "There's something bad out there," but small phrases about the importance of minding the silence, treating the woods with respect, and never ignoring the moment when the birds stop singing. Children interpret those cautions as folklore, the verbal scenery that frames a southern upbringing. Yet age teaches a different lesson. By the time I turned 15, I had experienced my share of uncanny moments. Twigs snapping where no deer should have wandered, a low whistle threading through the canopy, eyeshine lingering too high in the darkness to belong to any known animal. But nothing quite prepared me for what happened on that bitter winter hunt a few years ago, when something dog-like and impossibly fast chased my uncle and me for nearly a mile through the lowland shadows. In the retelling, family members call it a skinwalker, though that name never fits perfectly. It's merely the closest our limited vocabulary can stretch to contain a shape that is part animal, part nightmare, and entirely wrong. After that encounter, I swore that no out-of-season scouting or midnight hog hunt would lure me back to that particular stretch of timber. And yet, as often happens to those who love the outdoors, time blurred the edges of memory. What we survive, we tend to rationalize. I convinced myself that perhaps adrenaline had magnified ordinary threats. Maybe the creature had only been a tall coyote fleeing the noise of our rifles, its silhouette warped by adrenaline and cut moonlight. Besides, hunting settles deep in my marrow. The smell of wet earth, the hush of dawn when the only movement is a woodpecker searching for breakfast. Those details call me back season after season. When the duck split season rolled around this January and my cousin Jesse, I'll call him that for clarity's sake, phoned to say migratory birds were piling into the beaver sloughs along Kisatchie Creek, I hesitated exactly 3 seconds before agreeing to meet him before dawn. We had hunted together since grade school. Jesse is a level-headed man, older by 2 years, prone to thoughtful pauses before speaking and meticulous about every piece of equipment he carries into the woods. If he drew breath to claim there were mallards and teal rafting by the dozens in some hidden oxbow, I trusted him. The plan sounded straightforward. Paddle a John boat down the winding creek, set out a short string of decoys where the water pinched between 2 deadfalls, and pick off enough birds to fill half our limits before the sun fully topped the pines. If we shot wisely and kept the splashing to a minimum, we could walk the bank afterward and jump shoot wood ducks from flooded buttonbush pockets they favor late in the morning. The creek, he reminded me, also bordered a piece of private timber our uncle had purchased years earlier, a narrow triangle of land that gave us legal access to venture more freely than most public land hunters. "We'll be off the water and back on the trail well before lunch," he promised. "Enough time to clean birds, fry them in the old cast iron, and crack a cold one before sunset." I loaded my truck the night before, chest waders patched from last season's briars, a laminated map of the forest, a dozen G&H decoys, an aged Remington 870 pump, and a box and a half of 3-inch steel shot. Buck, my German shepherd, whined beside the tailgate. He grew restless whenever I pulled out the gear. He knew the difference between grocery runs and hunting trips, and he associated camo duffels with off-leash freedom along creeks. He also carried, ever since the incident with the coyote-headed thing, an unusual alertness once we crossed parish lines into Kisatchie. Ordinarily, he padded confident and quiet wherever I roamed, but in that forest he turned into a sentinel. Head high, hackles lifted, nose working overtime. The memory of his sudden bark on the morning of my previous encounter still echoed, yet leaving him behind felt worse than bringing him along. He'd saved me once, if you could call dragging me up a ravine at a dead sprint saving, and his presence steadied my nerves. So I clipped his collar to his travel lead and hummed some blues riff to drown the unease curling in my gut. We rendezvoused with Jesse at the Forest Service gate 2 hours before sunrise. The temperature sat just above freezing. A raw, damp cold that slides between jackets seems no matter how tightly you cinch cuffs. Steam curled from our thermos cups while we loaded the boat, and frost shone on the mud ruts where a logger's trailer had passed the day prior. Buck circled the gravel, nose down. Once or twice he paused to stare beyond the truck beams as though catching a scent too faint for my dull senses. Jesse swung the spotlight wide, exposing nothing but walls of slash pine and the occasional flicker of raccoon eyes. "Probably a hog rooting," he muttered. "Come dawn the smell will blow clear." The pre-dawn paddle proved almost serene. Quiet water slipping beneath aluminum, tepid ripples tapping the hull, light from a headlamp painting ghost swirls on cypress knees. We beached the John boat at the chosen bend and tucked ourselves into a natural blind where hurricane-felled limbs formed an X-shaped tangle. At legal shooting time, a trio of Drake Woodies glided right down the creek channel, easy doubles for each of us. We retrieved with a short wade and a long stick in lieu of a proper retriever, then settled again and waited. By 8:30 we had 5 birds apiece, a respectable haul given fading migration numbers this late in the season. The highlight arrived when a lone blue wing, confused by winter warmth farther south, came swinging over the treetops and banked into our decoys like a dart. Jesse, ever the sportsman, let me take that shot, and I folded it clean, the bird landing belly up only yards away. After such success it felt greedy to stay on the water, so we stashed the boat under a willow clump, slung our 870s across our backs, and trudged upstream along the sandy inside shoal. The footing alternated between soppy leaves and patches of coarse gravel, their crunchy chatter too loud for my taste, but the idea was not stealth. Jump shooting requires brisk travel, surprising ducks before they can flush. Buck trotted a few yards ahead, weaving between sweet gum saplings. Around every third bend he looked back, ears pricked, waiting for our cue. We made easy conversation. Updates on Jesse's newborn daughter, speculation on LSU's next quarterback, jokes about my worn-out waders that smelled like brackish swamp. The gun barrels gleamed gray in the late morning haze. Then the creek took a sharper turn left and the trees closed in, forming a tunnel of shade so dense we removed our sunglasses. Buck halted suddenly, scenting. Every hair along his spine stood stiff. He issued a single throaty bark so deep it vibrated the air. Jesse and I froze. 50 yards ahead, where the creek narrowed, water sloshed. Just a gentle swirl, but distinct enough that both of us eased safeties off, expecting a wood duck drake to rocket skyward. What clambered out of the water was not a duck. The animal broke the surface thrashing, paddling with frantic strokes, silver droplets cascading from mottled gray fur. At first I thought beaver, then saw the muzzle, narrow and pointed, the black-tipped ears, the bushy tail streaming behind. A coyote, unusual at midday but not impossible. Yet something about its posture jarred the senses. Not a silent, cautious crossing, but a panicked attempt to outrun fear. The coyote's eyes found us. It whined, a pitiful, broken shriek, and hauled itself onto the opposite bank, shaking water from its coat. Then, without pause, it bolted directly toward us, tail tucked tight, no aggression in its motion, only desperation. In 20 years of hunting, I have seen coyotes approach decoys out of curiosity or circle carcasses for a free meal. I have never seen one run to humans for safety. Buck growled low, not quite threatening, more a warning that he sensed something unnatural. At 15 yards, the animal veered right, disappearing into a tangle of peppervine. Jesse lowered his shotgun. Confusion etched across his face. Bobcat must have had him cornered, he offered, voice half-hearted, as if testing the idea out loud. Coyotes and bobcats indeed feud when their territories overlap. Tracks sometimes tell stories of quick, brutal ambushes, but one seldom forces a full-grown coyote to abandon every scrap of caution. I nodded anyway, wanting his explanation to be right. We continued upstream. A couple 100 yards farther, the creek widened into a lazy oxbow marking the boundary of our uncle's private parcel. Legal shooting stops there. We agreed to turn back toward the boat. Shadows had shortened, the wetland chorus loud with wrens and titmice. I remember thinking we ought to spook some with ducks on the return leg and top off the limit. The forest fell silent mid-step, as though someone muted the world. Tweets and churs clipped out, leaving only distant water gurgle and the hiss of wind. That absence triggered a cold, primal alarm. Humans evolved to notice sudden quiet. My stomach tightened exactly as it had years earlier. I met Jesse's eyes. He heard it too. We quickened pace, shifting to a controlled jog, careful not to slip on moss-slick clay. Buck stayed glued to my knee, ears flattened. The hush deepened until even boot falls sounded muffled, swallowed by the damp. Then came the whimpers, soft at first, high-pitched, unmistakably canine and filled with agony. They floated through the trunks ahead, bending around the creek bend like a ribbon of sound. The tone carried combined fear and resignation. It was a death cry. Buck froze again, hackles up, head angled. I could almost see memory flicker behind his eyes. The night something howled at him under a waxing crescent. Jesse's jaw clenched. He pumped another round into the chamber. Moments later, the whimpers died abruptly. Silence reclaimed the hollow. A single leaf spiraled down. Blood thrummed so loud in my ears that I did not at first register the faint drip, drip, drip of water hitting water. Then, without warning, an inhuman scream ripped across the landscape. I have heard cougars wail and barred owls cackle, but this sound shattered any category I'd cataloged in childhood field guides. It started as a woman's shriek, pure panic, then rose into a bull elk's bugle, timbre metallic, almost electronic, deeper than any throat should shape. It vibrated through rib cages and rattled the frozen dew on bare limbs. Buck dropped belly low, tail between legs. The sound repeated, echoing off cedar boughs, seeming to circle us. We ducked behind a downed oak, safeties off, barrels steady but hearts hammering. Footsteps sloshed. Something heavy waded in the creek. The water churned as though a man were trudging thigh-deep, yet each splash spanned a distance wider than a human stride. Bills of ducks burst from under a logjam downstream, wings beating frantic retreat. I thought of the hollow cypress snag I remembered seeing on our walk out. A skeleton tree standing mid-flow, trunk bored open by decades of rot, large enough to swallow a grown man if he stooped. Those footsteps angled toward that very tree. We held our breath, as a figure emerged around the bend. Sunlight slanted through winter canopy, outlining a silhouette that still haunts my dreams. 7, maybe 8 feet tall, limbs too long, elbows crooked the wrong way, the chest narrow but sinewed like a starving athlete, and atop the shoulders, not a normal deer head but an elongated skeletal mask crowned by the rack of a mature whitetail buck. The tines clawed at low branches. Where eyes should dwell, I only saw recesses, as though the face hollow sucked light instead of reflecting it. In its grasp hung the coyote, limp, entrails dangling, blood dark against the creature's grayish skin. It gripped the carcass by the spinal column the way a butcher carries a hog, letting the guts sway across kneecaps. When it reached the cypress snag, it ducked, folding spidery joints, and slid inside, dragging its prize behind. The dark swallowed them whole. No ripple, no rustle. The forest remained silent. Jesse's fingers dug into my sleeve. Together, still crouched, we inched backward until distance shielded us from direct view of the tree. Then we ran. Not a hunter's jog. A dead sprint born from adrenaline older than language. Branches whipped faces. Shotguns bounced against shoulders. We didn't stop until barbed wire glinted, the fence line marking the Forest Service boundary. In our panic, we forgot the low strand hidden by sedge. My boot caught. I pitched sideways onto sand, knocking the air clean out. Jesse skidded to help, yanked me upright. Breath wheezed back. We both turned. 30 yards away beyond the fence, the creature stood, half concealed by yupon. It did not charge. It simply watched. The antlers looked larger in the open, spreading like dead limbs pruned by ice storms. Its chest rose and fell slow, controlled. I felt rather than heard a growl build in my skull. Buck barked once, a short command telling it we saw. Tilted its head as though deciding. My instincts screamed move. Jesse hauled on my jacket. We scrambled through the last stretch of cut-over pine, reaching the truck in record time. I barely remember throwing gear into the bed or shoving Buck into the cab before slamming the door and twisting the ignition. Gravel spat under tires. The narrow service road unwound too slow. When we reached the main gravel spur that leads to the highway, I braked long enough to hop out and latch the cattle gate behind us. The padlock clicked. As I turned to climb back into the driver's seat, a voice boomed through boughs, a guttural command heavy with distortion, as if filtered through broken radio static. Leave, now. The syllables vibrated my sternum. They sucked the warmth from marrow. I obeyed, door half shut, stomping gas until we fishtailed onto asphalt. I didn't ease off until the green highway sign for Alexandria flashed by. Only then did I notice hands trembling on the steering wheel and Buck pressed flat across the rear seat, body shaking. We made the other space of my driveway before nerves collapsed. Jesse climbed out, leaned against the fender, and stared at nothing for a solid minute. He came inside, poured 2 fingers of bourbon, and told me he didn't want to drive home yet. We sat at the kitchen table while Buck lay between us, refusing sleep. Word by word, the story spilled. I described the earlier skinwalker chase, the silence that preceded terror. Jesse admitted he'd heard unsettling screams on scouting trips near his father-in-law's lease, but dismissed them as barred owls until this day. Neither of us entertained the idea of returning. A week later, my uncle listed his triangle parcel for sale. Hard to keep poachers out, he claimed when other relatives questioned the sudden decision. I read between lines. Hunters joke about hearing ghost elks bugle before dawn. Rarely does one pack up thousands of dollars of land assets over a wildlife nuisance. He never joined our conversation, but I suspect we glimpsed the same shape in different years. Stories spread across parishes. People talk of Caddo legends, Choctaw Wendigos, the so-called Rougarou of Cajun swamps. Yet folklore becomes easy to dismiss until you face the evidence walking on hind legs into a hollow cypress tree. Internet researchers label it dogman. Skeptics insist it's misidentified black bears, though no Ursus americanus I've met stands erect with knuckled hands and speaks English. Does the nomenclature matter? The reality is enough. Somewhere in those ancient woods lives a predator older, hungrier, and crueler than biology has mapped. Since January, I have kept my promise. I hunt still, ducks on open bayous, turkeys along cut farmland edges, but I no longer set foot inside Kisatchie National Forest. When friends propose camping beneath those tall pines, I steer us elsewhere, citing thin excuses about better fishing to the west. I also watch Buck's reactions. If his ears flatten at a tree lean, we move on. The cabin walls of human logic cannot hold back whatever stalks that creek. The scream replays on sleepless nights, merging woman and elk, sorrow and rage. I doubt the coyote was its first victim. I fear it won't be its last. For anyone drawn to that region by the promise of solitude and game, take this not as campfire embellishment, but as a traveler's warning from someone who once adored every acre of the forest. When the birds stop singing and the air grows thick with dread, leave, quietly, quickly, without looking back. If you hear footsteps pacing water where no person should stand, do not investigate. And should a voice, deep, cracked, impossible, shape words in a place where nothing human can hide, heed it. The woods of Kisatchie hold wonders beyond measure, but they also house something that butchers without mercy and wears the antlers of its prey like a trophy. Respect that boundary, or the forest will carve your memory into horror the way it carved mine. I was driving north on US 191 late in the afternoon on July 11th, 2018. The sun was still high but had begun to tip toward that golden hour when day settles into evening and the light takes on a syrupy glow that makes every pine trunk look copper and every meadow seem to smolder with color. I had my family packed into our blue Dodge Grand Caravan, the same minivan that had already shuttled us through Colorado, Wyoming, and the top corner of Idaho over the previous 3 days. The van smelled like fruit gummies, spilled milk from the baby's cup, and the kind of road trip fatigue that clings to upholstery no matter how many times you crack a window. I was at the wheel with my wife in the passenger seat. She was scrolling through photos on her phone while humming along to a classic rock playlist that had become the unofficial soundtrack of this journey. Behind us in the middle row sat our oldest boy, Jason, who at 12 was drifting between childhood and the first pulses of teenage independence. He had one foot on the cooler, the other propped against the back of my seat, and he kept pointing his phone at the tinted window in hopes of snapping a shot of a bear. Beside him was his little sister, Kathy, 6 years old and running on an endless loop of sugar and curiosity. She had a spiral notebook open on her lap and was drawing every animal we had seen that day. Stick figure bison, a fox that looked like a red balloon with ears, and an elk with antlers so wide they filled the whole page. Our 2-year-old, Isaac, was strapped into a toddler seat in the back, drifting in and out of sleep, doing that toddler thing where he half sings, half whimpers, and then finally just surrenders to a nap. The road unrolled ahead of us in gentle curves, and I remember a deep feeling of contentment, a sense that this was exactly how a summer ought to feel, wide, bright, open, with no clocks except the one in the sky. We had entered Yellowstone from the south gate mid-morning and had spent the better part of 8 hours weaving through the park. We stopped at every pullout that promised a view, every bathroom that promised running water, and every patch of steam that rose mysteriously from the earth. We watched bison graze on distant hillsides, saw the copper flash of a fox vanish behind a fallen tree, and waited in a polite line of rental cars while a bull elk chewed its cud in the middle of the road, as if traffic laws did not apply to hoofed citizens. Yet the animal we had come hoping to see, brown bear, grizzly, anything with claws and a hump, never appeared. I understood the odds were slim, but the kids took it personally, as if the bears were obligated to appear for their private viewing party and had simply snubbed the invitation. It was my wife who finally broke the news that we would need to start toward her parents' house near Bozeman if we wanted to arrive before midnight. There was the usual chorus of groans from the rear seats, but the protest was short-lived. Everybody was tired. We had eaten our last deli sandwiches at Old Faithful, and Isaac was entering the meltdown window. So we rolled north out of the park, crossed the invisible line into Montana, and I pressed the cruise control at 5 miles over the limit, figuring we would reach my in-laws' long driveway just after 11. The sky keeps its light late in Montana. Even at 10 in the evening, the horizon holds that slow-fading ember where day seems unwilling to depart. We had just passed through West Yellowstone, topped off the tank, and driven another half hour when we crossed a narrow concrete bridge over a creek that snaked through a shallow gorge. The van thumped onto the bridge's expansion joints, and Kathy perked up as if the thump had unmuted her. She leaned forward between the seats, tapped my shoulder, and said in a voice buzzing with certainty, "Dad, I just saw a bear." She was so earnest that I instinctively touched the brake pedal, though I doubted she had truly spotted a bear. Maybe a stump, maybe a rock, maybe a shadow that had tricked her 6-year-old eyes, but her excitement was genuine. I asked a calming question, "Are you sure it wasn't a log?" And she insisted no, it was a bear. Jason, who loved teasing his sister, shocked me by siding with her. He said he thought he saw something dark move near the water when we rumbled across the bridge. My wife glanced at me and I could read her mind. It's late. The baby needs quiet. Keep driving. Yet a piece of me wanted the kids to have a win, some proof that our detour through Yellowstone had not been a bust. So I did what many dads would do. I slowed, made a U-turn at the next wide shoulder, and headed back to the bridge. We stopped on the northbound side where the guardrail was low enough to let us peer over. My wife stayed in the van with Isaac, who had begun to fuss. Jason slid the door open, hopped out with the clumsy eagerness of a boy whose limbs were growing faster than his balance. Kathy followed, clutching her notebook like a camera that could capture memories in graphite. Evening had settled into the muted blues of civil twilight. Colors were flattening, shadows pooling. I stepped to the rail and looked down. The creek lay 25, maybe 30 feet below, its surface catching the last orange slivers of sunset. A lattice of shrubs and deadfall cluttered each bank. At first I saw nothing except water sliding over stones, the gentle hush of current. Then my daughter gasped. I traced her trembling finger and finally saw it too. An immense dark shape crouched near the opposite bank, half shadowed by brush. The shape was wrong for a bear. It was matted, filthy, almost like a pile of sodden fur draped over an engine block. Long forelimbs, bent at angles that reminded me of apes in a zoo, hung toward the creek. The creature moved its head, revealing 2 discs of ember-orange light set deep in a face that felt too flat, too human, yet too beastly to be human. Jason whispered, "Dad." Just that one word, full of questions he could not voice. The creature heard him, its glowing eyes locked on us. A growl rumbled across the ravine, low and resonant, like a diesel engine idling in a garage. Kathy clutched my sleeve hard enough to pinch skin. In that second I should have turned, herded the kids, and run. Instead I froze, trying and failing to classify the thing crouched in the dark. It reared back, the motion oddly fluid, and I saw the length of its body, the arch of a spine that seemed built for both world of quadrupeds and the realm of upright walkers. The animal unfolded upward, first on all fours, then balancing tall on 2 hind legs that bent backward like a dog's. I judged its height at least 7 feet, maybe more. The snout was long, the mouth parted to show teeth too numerous and too spear-shaped for a black bear. It emitted another growl, deeper this time, tinged with a resonance that reached inside my chest like a hand squeezing my lungs. Kathy screamed. The sound jolted me into action. She spun on her heel toward the van, hair flying like ribbons. Jason kept staring, paralyzed by the impossible. The creature reacted to my daughter's scream. Its eyes intensified, orange turning nearly white at the center. It bunched its shoulders and began to climb the creek bank. It did not scramble awkwardly like a bear. It moved in bursts, gripping boulders with what looked like hand-shaped paws, hauling itself upward with horrifying strength. I grabbed Jason by his jacket collar, yanked him from his trance, and barked, "Move!" We sprinted the 10 steps to the van. My wife, hearing the commotion, slid open the door, grabbed Kathy by the waist and pulled her inside. Jason dove in after, and I slammed the sliding door, then spooked the baby into wails as I jumped into the driver's seat. The engine turned over, my foot stomped the accelerator, and the van roared forward. In the rearview mirror I saw the thing crest the guardrail and step onto the asphalt in the glow of my taillights. Tall, shaggy, arms too long, eyes still burning. Jason shrieked, "Go!" though we were already rocketing well above the limit. The creature loped a short distance after us, then blurred into the timber. When I looked again, it was gone. Nobody spoke for several minutes. My wife demanded answers with her eyes. My children trembled in a silence that buzzed louder than any words. I drove, knuckles white on the wheel, feeling the leftover shock soak into the seats. When the first gas station lights appeared on the horizon, I pulled in, mumbled a lie about needing coffee, and stumbled to the restroom where I discovered I had soiled my pants at some point between the guardrail and the acceleration lane. I stuffed my ruined boxers into the trash, cleaned myself, splashed water on my face, and stared in the mirror at a version of myself who no longer believed the world was wholly mapped. Outside at the pump island, Jason stood under a canopy light, arms folded, staring at distant darkness. The boy tried to form a sentence. He ended up shaking his head and blinking tears he refused to let fall. The rest of the ride to Bozeman unfolded like sleepwalking. My wife tried to coax a description from me. I gave her fragments. Not bear, not man, tall orange eyes. And she fell quiet, stroking Isaac's hair while he finally chilled back to sleep. Jason sat rigid beside his sister, who clutched her notebook with both hands as if it were a life jacket. When we reached my in-laws' ranch house, it was after midnight. They greeted us with porch lights and open arms and the normalcy of their living room. Family photos on pale blue walls, the smell of lemon cleaner, the hum of an ancient refrigerator, made the last 2 hours feel impossible. Yet memory kept replaying the glowing eyes, the canine teeth, the way the creature's weight flexed the guardrail as it climbed. My wife's family listened to the story, half smiling the way polite hosts do when a child claims Santa Claus is real. They offered cocoa, insisted the kids had only seen a sick bear, said exhaustion can make shadows trick the brain. But Jason and I shared a silence too heavy for sugared drinks. We knew illusions do not chase fans. Sleep evaded me. I lay in the guest room replaying every detail. The matted fur, the hind legs built like a digitigrade predator's, the elongated arms ending in claws that looked disturbingly thumb-like. I considered mountain lion, black bear with mange, rogue wolf, but nothing fit. The glowing eyes were the linchpin. Normal animals reflect light. They do not emit that burning coal glow. The next morning, Jason found me at the kitchen table scrolling wildlife sites on my laptop. He sat quietly until I turned the screen toward him. Standard photographs flashed by: grizzlies, wolves, coyotes, black bears with dog-like snouts caused by malnutrition. He shook his head after each. I typed "dogman" into the search bar and held my breath. Dozens of sketches and blurry cell phone captures filled the page. The resemblance was uncanny. Jason exhaled a single word: yes. My stomach dropped. Every rational part of me resisted that label. Dogmen were campfire rumors, late-night radio fodder, not flesh and bone beasts in a national park corridor. Yet rationality had fallen off a cliff the moment orange eyes met mine. For the next 2 days, we played good guests. We helped bale hay, grilled burgers, took family photos under the cottonwood by the barn. Inside Jason's eyes, the memory festered. He asked to sleep with the blinds closed, refused evening walks, flinched whenever a ranch dog barked beyond the porch light. I understood. A part of me scanned every tree lean, waiting for an upright shadow to emerge. My father-in-law, a born skeptic, teased me about Bigfoot hunters and tourist tall tales, then poured me a nightcap. I laughed along, grateful for his disbelief, because I could not risk telling him how fragile my own certainty had become. On the 4th day, Jason cornered me in the tool shed. He held a folded paper, Kathy's drawing from the van. She had added a new page. A tall black figure with long arms ending in claws, orange circles for eyes, sharp teeth licking a cartoon tongue. The stick figure me and Jason stood on a bridge, mouths open in O shapes. A speech bubble above my head read, "Run, Jason." He whispered that Kathy had nightmares, that she saw eyes in the bedroom corner. I felt something collapse inside me. A helpless guilt that I had not protected my children from an evil I could neither explain nor deny. We cut the trip short by 2 days. My wife understood without argument. We drove home in daylight, avoiding scenic byways, sticking to interstate speeds that felt too quick for monsters. The last 100 miles Jason slept, clutching a pillow over his face. At home, we unpacked in silence. Kathy's notebook went onto a shelf. We told no neighbor, no coworker, no friend. Months later, a thunderstorm knocked power out and candlelight filled our living room. The orange flicker made Kathy cry until lights returned. Jason grew into high school, excelled at biology, dissected frogs with steady hands. But he will not camp. He will not hike beyond sight of a parking lot. Once during a family reunion in Wisconsin, he heard distant howls at night and vomited from anxiety. 6 years have passed. I still dream of the guardrail, the wet snarl, the impossible transition from quadruped to biped. I wake sweaty, mindful of the moment when belief in a tidy universe shattered. Jason is 18 now, accepted to a university with strong wildlife sciences. He says he wants to understand predator behavior. Last month I asked if he still sees glowing eyes when darkness fills a room. He met my gaze, steady and older than his age, and said the mind never forgets a predator that looks straight into you. He thanked me for pulling him away that night. I thanked him for believing what we both saw. I plan trips on maps but avoid that stretch of creek. I keep a flashlight in the glove box, a hunting knife under the seat, habits born of one encounter. I teach my younger children the names of every local animal, but I do not teach them the word dogman. If the world wants them to learn that name, it will show them itself, and I pray it never does. I grew up in a family that never seemed to stay in one place for very long. My father's work dragged us from one province to another, from one small coastal settlement to a farm town and then back to the sea again. The way the tide keeps pushing sand up onto the beach and pulling it away the moment you decide to build a sandcastle. Because of all that shuffling around, my memories of childhood and early adolescence are stored not by calendar year or school grade, but by the walls I slept between, by the kind of window I looked through every morning, by the feel of the floorboards beneath my bare feet. I can tell you the age I was by recalling whether the bedroom door stuck halfway shut or whether the doorway opened onto a hall that smelled of varnished pine. I can tell you whether I was still 10 or already 12 by whether the house stood so close to the sea that the sound of waves crept into every dream, or whether it was far enough inland that the only night sounds were crickets and the drumming hooves of cows when they startled in their pasture. If I could draw you a map of those moves, you would see a zigzag across the southern half of South Africa, with a single long line reaching up the coast to Namibia and doubling back again, like a kite string that snagged on every loose branch. One of those snags, one particular point on that imaginary map, was the place where the strangest thing that ever happened to me occurred. It left such a mark that the memory is sharper than most of the addresses that came before or after. To this day, if I shut my eyes and try to put myself back inside that night, I do not see a vague smear of childhood recollection. I see a single moment frozen with the clarity of a photograph, details fixed in high definition, sound waiting like a needle on an old record that jumps into the groove the instant I allow it. A decade has passed, and still I can hear it. I do not know the official name of the settlement where that building stood. On a map, it is classed as a village, though even calling it a village is generous to my ears. It sat at the mouth of a broad bay on the Indian Ocean, too far down the coast for most foreign tourists, but popular with families from the Eastern Cape who drove south for school holidays to fish in the lagoon, buy frozen ice pops at the petrol station, and let the children run half wild on the wide municipal beach. The place had a single tarred main road that doubled as the town's shopping street. An elderly grocery store with sun-faded spar letters leaning above its awning squatted between a liquor store and a kiosk that sold deep-fried snook and slap chips. On the hill behind that small cluster of shops stood one structure so out of scale with every corrugated roof cottage that locals joked it must have fallen from the sky. It was a new apartment complex. 3 wings joined in a squared-off U-shape, 5 stories tall. Poured concrete painted a tourist brochure white. From a distance, the thing resembled a cruise ship that had run aground. Imported floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped the sea-facing side, and a slab-style balcony stretched the length of every floor. Why anyone imagined such a big, shiny building would fill up in a place where the second most glamorous venue was a scratched snooker table in the community hall remains a mystery to me. All I know is that my father, who had accepted a short contract managing a seafood distribution warehouse in the town, presented my mother with 2 housing options. A cramped one-bedroom cottage that smelled of mold and paraffin, or a nearly brand-new flat inside the empty white fortress. My mother, who had spent many years dealing with leaky roofs and spiders crawling from the thatch at 2 in the morning, chose the fortress without hesitation. The developer still showed prospective buyers around, so in theory the building buzzed with potential. In practice it felt abandoned. Long corridors that multiplied every footstep into a hollow echo, elevator doors that opened onto silence, carpeted stairwells that smelled of fresh paint and disuse, rows of parking bays marked out in bright white, but holding only 2 or 3 cars. The lobby displayed a feature fountain whose pump never ran, so the bottom lay dry and speckled with plaster dust. A single receptionist occupied the front desk during daylight hours and lived, with her teenage son, in a staff suite tucked beside the loading bay. Only 2 other families had moved in permanently. One was a woman in her late 30s who rented a bachelor flat on the top floor for herself and a series of much older step-cousins who visited sporadically. The other family, a father and 5 daughters, occupied the unit directly above ours. Rumors said the man was hiding from police after some business scandal north of Durban. The daughters seldom spoke, moving through the halls in a straight line, braid tails swinging, each a copy and paste of the one ahead. When they passed, no one said hello. They drifted away like a school of fish that sensed a predator. Because the place was largely empty, our voices bounced off concrete and glass at every hour. I could lie in bed and hear my parents chatting in the kitchen down the hall even with all the doors closed. At first that emptiness felt luxurious. Space and privacy. No landlord banging on walls because I kicked a ball inside. But over time the echo became something else. Silence in a busy house means peace. Silence in a building that should hold hundreds of people becomes its own kind of noise. My bedroom sat along the inside of the U-shaped courtyard, so instead of facing out onto the sea or the road, my window looked across a gap at an identical window in the opposite wing. The architect had pictured a leafy atrium below, but none of the landscaping promised in the brochure had materialized, so the ground floor atrium stood unfinished, full of red soil and rebar. Above that bare pit, each inward-facing bedroom window stared at the next wing like eyes that never blink. Natural sunlight found its way to every other side of the building, but these inward rooms remained in perpetual twilight. My mother tried to cheer the place with a lemon-yellow duvet and a lava lamp from a flea market, but nothing changed the basic fact that my room felt like night even at midday. I spent that winter experimenting with how late I could sleep on Saturdays before the apartment's darkness felt less like a novelty and more like something pressing against me. I kept the curtains open hoping some indirect glow might filter across the courtyard. Yet the fluorescent bulbs that lit the hallways were the only consistent source of illumination. Those cold white lights never switched off, and sometimes at 3 in the morning I would sit at my desk, stare through my window, and watch dust flakes swirling under the hall's ceiling fixtures. If another resident happened to walk past, their silhouette would glide from left to right across my field of vision like a slide projected onto a screen inches from my face. At some point we must have dozed, because I remember jerk-waking to dawn light seeping through the crack under the bedroom door. My mother's head was slumped forward, chin on chest. She startled awake the same instant I did, as if our bodies were connected by tripwire. We crept to my brother's room. He lay tangled in covers, breathing shallow but steady. The apartment itself looked unchanged, yet everything felt dislocated. Colors too bright, silence too thick. Then came the decision that later made no sense at all, but at the time felt inevitable. Dogs need to pee. We owned 2 Wallace, a dignified terrier mix with eyebrows like Albert Einstein, and Gromit, a puppy small enough to fit in a cereal bowl. Gromit had not yet mastered holding his bladder. If we waited until full daylight, he would stain the kitchen tiles. In my mother's exhaustion-fogged logic, the practical solution was to take both dogs downstairs quickly and return before sunlight fully spilled over the hill. She did not voice the worry that twisted inside both of us. If the sound source still prowled, maybe daylight would not protect us. But staying indoors until noon also felt impossible. Action sometimes provides the illusion of control. We laced sneakers, leashed the dogs, and stepped into the hallway. My mother carried a torch even though fluorescent bulbs glared overhead. The elevator door dinged when summoned, as mundane as every school morning. We descended, the car's inner mirror reflecting 3 drawn faces. On the ground floor, the lobby looked deserted. We exited through the automatic glass doors. Outside, pre-dawn air pressed cold and wet against our cheeks. The parking lot lay empty except for my mother's rust-colored bakkie and a delivery truck covered by a canvas tarp. Beyond the asphalt, wild bush encroached right up to the building's perimeter fence. Coarse shrubs, milkwood trees twisted by coastal wind, clumps of dry feinboss. A narrow sand path circled the structure before dissolving into scrub. We kept to that path, letting Wallace lead while Gromit pranced at heel. The dog's tags jangled unnaturally loud. Each step crunched. Each crunch made my breath hitch. Halfway around the building, a flock of guinea fowl exploded from under a bush, wings a frantic whir. The dogs barked. My heart thundered. My mother hissed for calm. The birds vanished into gray sky. On another morning, I might have laughed at the mutual fright. This morning, the release of tension lasted a single second before dread flowed back. I stole glances at the wall of vegetation. I imagined amber eyes peering through gaps, tracking us. I imagined a heavy shape crouched, muscles coiled, suffocating its next cry so we would not run until too late. We made it to the service entrance. My mother unlocked the door with trembling hands. Inside, the corridor warmth greeted us like a blanket pulled over shivering shoulders. She locked the bolt behind us and exhaled a breath she might have held since stepping outside. We climbed 4 flights of stairs instead of trusting the elevator's vulnerable pause. Back in the apartment, we ditched shoes, peeled off jackets, and sank onto the sofa without hemming the moment with conversation. Silence sometimes acts like tape across a cracked glass. Talking too soon would let the fracture spread. The rest of the sunrise unveiled no further screams. By 7, my brother padded into the lounge asking for cereal. Gromit gnawed a slipper. The normal rhythms of morning played out, but the memory of that nocturnal howl pulsed beneath every clink of spoon. When my father phoned after breakfast to say his meetings had finished early and he would drive home that evening, my mother told him matter-of-factly, "The kids had a rough night, we all slept in the lounge." She mentioned no sound. Perhaps she wanted to describe it face-to-face where she could read his reaction. I spent the day in a weird limbo state, half believing we had dreamed the noise together, half convinced the courtyard window still harbored something in daylight that only our eyes could not register. Evening rolled around and my father arrived, suitcase wheeled through the lobby. Over dinner, my mother recounted the scream. She imitated the pitch as best she could. My father, fork paused midair, frowned. "You mean the pup yowled?" She shook her head sharply, insulted by the dismissal. I explained how my mattress shook. My brother, though he had slept peacefully, backed me up, saying he trusted our description. My father remained unconvinced, pointing out echoes magnify ordinary noises, that the atrium creates odd acoustics, that new buildings groan at night. He even teased that my nightmares had infected Mom. When I insisted no dog on earth could produce that volume or depth, he raised an eyebrow. I left the table furious. The following week, a property manager showed our family another unit. Sea-facing, more light, same rent, thinking perhaps we would upgrade. We entered that vacant apartment and instantly froze. In the second bedroom, a dark stain as broad as a dining room table spread across pale carpet. It had been scrubbed but not removed, the fibers clumped stiff with residue. My mother muttered it looked like someone had spilled a drum of red poster paint, though paint rarely soaks straight through underlay. The manager stumbled through a story about a prior tenant's pet who had an accident, but nobody believed that. We declined the unit. That maroon shadow lingered in my mind long after the tour. Something terrible had happened within these walls. In early spring, Dad's contract ended and we moved again. A farmhouse inland where jackal cries replaced ocean surf. On the day we loaded the moving truck, I walked through the hollow halls of the White Fortress one last time. In daylight, the courtyard looked banal. Sunlight finally reached angles the winter solstice had denied, painting my old bedroom window bright. Yet some corridors still felt wrong, as if stale air remembered shock. By then, rumors circulated among locals that homeless drifters used the unfinished ground floor at night, that they built fires in the oblong carpeted room intended for conferences, that sometimes fights broke out. People blamed the echoing shrieks on drunken brawls. But I had heard bar fights. They sound messy, overlapping, full of broken glass and swearing. What I heard that night contained one voice only, immensely powerful, singularly anguished. Years passed. We moved 3 more times. I finished high school, took weekend trips to the Drakensberg, learned to drive. Sometimes, out of nowhere, that scream would burst into my memory so vividly that I had to sit down, palms sweating. When friends told ghost stories around a campfire, I remained silent. Their tales of midnight footsteps or flickering lights felt quaint compared to a howl so giant it shook organs. On my 19th birthday, my father poured brandy for us both, Afrikaner tradition for a newly legal adult, and we talked about family moves. I asked if he recalled Mom's description of the scream. He smiled apologetically, admitting he had teased because the alternative demanded he accept something beyond explanation. He asked if I still thought it was supernatural. I told him honestly, I do not know. I Googled for years, wildlife of coastal South Africa, domestic dog howls recorded under bridges, even audio of lions with throat infections. Nothing matched. Some nights I lay awake remembering how the sound had no clear direction, how it seemed inside my skull yet outside at the same time. Was it paranormal? Corporeal? A person in mortal agony? A creature prowling? I cannot swear one way or another, but I believe my senses. The vibrations in the mattress, the physical paralysis, the emotional weight that drenched the whale like someone wringing their soul into the air. Today I study architecture at university, perhaps ironic given my childhood disdain for modern buildings. My final year project explores psychological responses to empty space. I wrote a chapter on auditory perception in large, unfinished structures. When I describe how acoustics can magnify certain frequencies until they feel alive, my classmates nod, unaware the research sprang from a single night of terrified listening. I never mention werewolf theories or haunted building rumors. Academia prefers empirical evidence. Yet privately, I still hear my little brother's voice that morning, telling us he had dreamt of werewolves pacing outside his window the week prior. Why did that dream invade his mind if nothing lurked? I visited the coastal settlement last summer with university friends. The apartment complex still looms, paint dulled by salt spray. Most units remain empty. The local who runs the liquor store said the developer went bankrupt, leaving lawsuits tangled in court. From the beachfront, I stared up at the blank inward windows and tried to locate the one that had belonged to me. Hard to know. Each pane reflected blue sky, innocent. In daylight, the fortress seems harmless. But when I recall midnight corridors and the suffocating darkness of that inward-facing bedroom, the place transforms into a stage set built for something colossal to enter, scream, and vanish without leaving so much as a footprint. Only a sound etched into the nerves of a 12-year-old who will carry it until the day he dies. I tell this story for one reason. People often believe strange incidents cluster in famous hotspots: Appalachia's Hollows, North America's Bigfoot Triangle, Europe's Black Forest. They assume if they steer clear of legendary arenas, they will evade the uncanny. I learned otherwise. The extraordinary does not respect tourist maps or folkloric labels. It can find you in a brand new building on a sleepy South African shore, in a bedroom that receives no sun, on a random Wednesday night when your biggest worry should be a poor maths grade. That lesson is equal parts frightening and humbling. You are never entirely safe from mystery, but perhaps that same rule means wonder can reach you anywhere, too, terrible wonder or beautiful wonder, depending on the flip of a cosmic coin. I keep a journal these days. Sometimes I write about ordinary hours, coffee steam curling above a mug, laughter echoing off lecture hall walls. Other times I write about the scream, how it rose, peaked, and fell like a wave, how it seemed to carry centuries of sorrow. I do not know whether the building was haunted by a tormented spirit, whether a cryptid roams coastal feinboss under the cover of night, or whether some other, rarer explanation waits beyond the horizon of what science currently measures. I accept uncertainty. What matters to me now is listening carefully. If the world ever tries to speak again, through echo, wind, throat, or something stranger, I hope I will be braver than the child who froze. I hope I will step to the window and look, even if what I see unravels the tidy fabric of what I thought was real. Until that test comes, I share what I heard so listeners know that remote places do not hold a monopoly on the unknown. Keep your senses open no matter where you live. Unlocked mysteries slip through the narrowest cracks, even the crack beneath a hallway door in a concrete fortress by the sea. The summer heat still lingered in the early evening air when the four of us piled into Cole's basement as we did almost every Friday. Cole was the unofficial ringleader, mostly because his parents never minded if a small crowd of loud teenagers took over their downstairs game room. Andre was the class clown who could make even the most stressful test day feel like a comedy show. Lucas was the wild card, the one who felt compelled to turn every harmless moment into a near disaster, usually with a grin on his face the whole time, even if his latest stunt got him grounded for a week. And then there was me, the cautious one, the driver when everyone else was exhausted or under the weather, the kid who still made sure every homework assignment got turned in on time even if it meant typing past midnight. Cole's basement was comfortingly familiar, right down to the duct-taped beanbag chairs and the faint smell of pepperoni that never seemed to fade, no matter how often Mrs. Jensen opened the windows. A little after 7, we were knee-deep in a 4-player match of a battle royale game we'd all been obsessed with for months. Andre was hooting every time he slotted an enemy across the digital arena. Cole kept lecturing us to stay tight, to follow his lead, to quit wasting ammunition, like a drill sergeant who also cracked jokes between commands. Lucas, as always, took greater pleasure in risk than reward. He'd sprint straight at the heavy firefight, steal a loot crate from under another team's nose, get blown to kingdom come, and laugh as if that humiliating death had been the whole point. Midway through round 3, Lucas's recklessness finally cost him. He whiffed a critical shot, slid off a roof, and landed in the middle of 8 opponents. Instantly, his avatar went down under a hail of gunfire. Back in the real world, Lucas squeezed the controller so hard I wondered if the plastic would crack. It did more than crack. He hurled it toward the floor in an eruption of frustration. The shell slammed onto the carpet, bounced, and half the buttons shot out like popcorn kernels. Silence engulfed the room except for the on-screen announcer declaring Lucas's demise. Cole's face went slack with disbelief. That controller was one of his favorites, a limited edition camouflage model his uncle had shipped from overseas. Lucas's bravado deflated in a heartbeat. He kept staring at the broken controller as if rewinding reality might solve everything. Then, with a guilty cough, he turned to Cole and said what every one of us was already thinking. "Dude, that was my fault. Totally. Let's hit Walmart tonight. I'll buy you another one." Cole crossed his arms, pretending to think it over, but he was never one to hold a grudge. "Only if I get the fancy neon one," he said. "You break it, you replace it, house rules." We'd grown into a routine that often involved late-night runs to Walmart for snacks, game accessories, or just to kill the boredom between dusk and dawn. Besides, there was a Taco Bell right next door, and none of us had eaten supper. The motion carried unanimously. We shut down the console, unplugged charging cables, and stampeded up the stairs, each of us pocketing a phone and wallet. Cole grabbed the keys to his vintage Honda Civic, rust around the wheel wells, subwoofer in the trunk, fuzzy dice hanging from the rearview mirror, and we rolled into the simmering night. The drive across town took 15 minutes. The sun had only recently dipped below the horizon, and a strip of pink and orange still glowed over the trees. We air-drummed to whatever anthem poured from Cole's Bluetooth. Andre pointed out someone's souped-up truck at a red light. Lucas kept repeating his apology between jokes, promising that by sunrise Cole would forget all about the damage. Walmart was half full when we pulled in. Inside, the air conditioning blasted a cold wave that felt like stepping into a fridge. Every fluorescent bulb seemed turned up to maximum brightness. We made a beeline for the electronics aisle, found the exact model Cole wanted, a neon blue controller with a 2-year warranty, and hustled to the self-checkout. Lucas handed over his debit card without a whimper. On the way out, we detoured through the candy aisle and grabbed a family-sized bag of sour gummies and 2 cans of energy drink apiece. The cashier barely glanced at us. Most weekend nights, The sight of four older teens loading up on sugar and caffeine must have been routine. Taco Bell was the predictable next stop. Cole ordered a Crunchwrap Supreme with extra nacho cheese. Andre demanded a Burrito Supreme plus 2 Doritos Locos Tacos. Lucas and I took it easy on our wallets with a pair of cheesy Gordita Crunches each. We carried the bags back to the Civic, rolled down the windows, and demolished every crumb while parked beneath a flickering streetlight. The salty beef, the heavy blanket of melted cheese, the tang of cheap soda. I swear nights like that are fueled purely by junk food and laughter. While we were wiping our hands on fast food napkins, Lucas leaned forward between the seats. "Remember that vape shop near the bowling alley?" he asked. "They've started selling, special gummies." Cole raised an eyebrow. "As in THC gummies? Edibles?" He'd smoked the occasional joint at a party but seldom messed with edibles because he hated not knowing how strong they'd hit. Andre, though, looked intrigued. "How strong are we talking? 10 milligrams? 20? Lucas shrugged. "Guy behind the counter says they pack a punch. But they're totally legal. Delta 8 or whatever." I'd never been high on anything. Not weed. Not alcohol beyond a sip of forbidden beer. The idea didn't thrill me. Still, the others buzzed with curiosity. When Lucas volunteered to go in alone, buy a single pouch for the group to split, and keep the rest of the night under control, Cole shrugged. "Better at a cabin than in my basement. If Mom smelled weed in the morning, we'd all be dead." That's when I remembered my parents' old family cabin. It sat about 20 minutes outside of town on a patch of land that straddled shallow woods and a gentle slope down to a cornfield. We'd used it mainly for weekend fishing trips or fall hunting season. No neighbors within shouting distance. And since my folks were out of town for a wedding that weekend, nobody would be any wiser, provided we cleaned up after ourselves. I suggested the cabin. The guys latched onto the plan like it was fate. One quick run to the vape shop later, Lucas climbed back into the Civic with a small silver pouch. The label boasted 50 milligrams total, strawberry flavor. He tucked it carefully into his hoodie pocket, and we aimed the Civic toward the countryside. While Cole drove, I texted my dad, "Going to crash at cabin with friends. Be responsible. See you tomorrow." Dad, half asleep judging by the typos in his reply, texted thumbs up and asked me to make sure his bow case stayed locked. Deer season started soon, and he kept most of his gear stored at the cabin. The 2-lane road out of town cut through fields of soy and hay, then dipped into timber where headlights carved thin excuses for daylight. An almost full moon rose behind us, coloring the asphalt silver. I guided Cole with memory. Left at the derelict barn that smelled of creosote, right at the mailbox shaped like a trout, then 2 more miles until the gravel drive that led to our gate. Dust plumed behind us. Crickets sang in the drainage ditches. Somewhere, a lone hawk screeched from a telephone pole. We reached the property a little after 11. I hopped out to unlatch the old iron gate and felt, for the briefest second, as though something unseen watched from beyond the beams of the headlamps. A tingle skittered up my spine. Tiny but undeniable. The drive lay deserted, flanked by willows on one side, oaks on the other. Probably a deer or possum hugging the tree-line, I thought, and waved the car through. The cabin itself was hardly a horror movie shack. Fresh paint every few years kept it looking more like a tiny modern cottage. A front door opened straight into a cozy living room where a plaid love seat faced a small TV. Off to the right, twin doors led to the lone full bedroom and a bathroom. On the left, a kitchenette offered enough countertop for scrambling eggs and pouring coffee. Tucked behind, a small bunk room with 4 stacked beds could sleep the entire extended family on a reunion weekend. Outside, a separate wooden shed kept the four-wheelers, extra propane tanks, my dad's backup fishing poles, and, at the moment, Dad's compound bow in its locked hard case. We unpacked the fast food cups, the neon controller, and the silver pouch onto the little kitchen table. Almost immediately, I felt that uneasy prickle again, like eyes between branches, but I forced a smile. "Y'all ready for gummy country?" Cole laughed. Andre pretended to conduct an orchestra with his Taco Bell straw. Lucas ceremoniously ripped open the pack, revealing 4 rose-colored squares dusted in sugar. "Quarter each," Lucas said. 10 milligrams max, easy batting practice. I passed. "I'll stay sober. Drive us back if anything goes sideways." Truthfully, I just didn't want mind fog. Someone had to be the responsible one, and years of being that guy made the role fit like an old hoodie. The others split the gummies and washed them down with energy drinks that made my mouth pucker at the smell. Nothing happened for 30 minutes. We drifted into small talk, music on the speaker, Cole fiddling with his new controller gripped in invisible gameplay. The cabin felt warm and safe. Then Andre began giggling, first at a meme on his phone, then at dust floating through a sunbeam, then at the hidden hilarity of breathing itself. Cole followed suit, belting out an off-key version of Bohemian Rhapsody while drumming on the sofa's armrest. Lucas remained mostly unaffected, teasing them both for being lightweights. Their laughter was contagious. I joined in even though I was stone sober. For the next hour, they cavorted around the cabin. Andre transformed the speaker into a karaoke machine. Cole used his phone flashlight like a stadium spotlight. At one point, Andre attempted push-ups between verses of Sweet Caroline. I feared he might break his nose, but he collapsed onto the rug in giggles instead. By 2 in the morning, energy drained. Cole lumbered into the main bedroom and flopped face down. Lucas kicked back on the couch, arms folded over his chest, eyelids drooping. Andre, still humming faintly, announced he wanted to listen to music in the car where the subwoofer could caress him. I reminded him to crack a window and lock the doors. I wandered into the bunk room. I turned on the small bedside lamp, texted Dad that the bow case was still secure, scrolled through a couple social media feeds, then flicked the lamp off. The dark in there was dense, almost oily. Cornfield down the hill stretched unseen beyond the window, and the forest edge lay somewhere to the right, black as pitch. As I drifted towards sleep, a faint but unmistakable tapping reached my ears. It came from the wall with the single high window. Tap, pause, tap tap. Each strike sounded deliberate, like a fingertip or maybe a nail. Through the gloom, I stared at the rectangle of glass. Nothing moved. I listened harder, maybe a branch brushing siding, but wind was minimal. The leaves beyond the cabin barely rustled. Tap, silence. My pulse kicked. I sat up, brace creaking, put bare feet on the wooden floor, and stared. Another long pause. Tap. As suddenly as it started, the tapping ceased. The hush felt deeper than when we'd walked under the redwoods earlier. I shuddered, exhaled, and scolded my imagination. 20 yards away, Andre's car idled faintly, subwoofer humming some bass line. Harmless. I lay back down. My phone erupted with a ring that nearly launched me out of bed. Dad's name glowed on the screen. Who called at 2:20 a.m.? I thumbed accept. Everything okay? I whispered. Hey, sport, Dad said, voice gravelly with half sleep. Cameras pinged. Looks like you boys made it to the cabin after all. Good. Listen, I might drive out at first light, do a little scouting before archery season. Could you pull my bow case from the shed? Set it near the kitchen, so I'm not banging around when I get there. Sure, I said, pulse still racing. The request sounded reasonable. He did this most seasons. Drive safe, I added, then hung up. The shed key hung by the front door, but Dad's bow case was actually leaning against the spare bureau in the main bedroom. Why he'd left it there after our last visit, I couldn't say. So I retrieved the case, carried it into the bunk room, popped it open on the spare mattress, and lined up arrows so Dad wouldn't have to fumble. All the while, I kept glancing at the dark window. The uneasy prickle returned. I texted Andre, "You good? Music down so Dad doesn't freak when he gets here." He responded with a thumbs-up emoji and 2 music notes. Back in bed, I tried again for sleep. 5 minutes crawled by, 10. The doorknob at the bunk room's entrance rattled gently, not like a violent intrusion, more like someone testing whether it was unlocked. I froze. The knob turned again, metal clicking softly. Andre, maybe, but he'd stay outside in the car. Cole? He'd have no reason. The bathroom door was on the other side of the cabin. I slid to the edge of the bunk quietly, reached under for my phone to use as a flashlight, but stopped. Through the small front door window at the corner of the living room, I saw a silhouette. At first it looked like Andre, tall, skinny, hoodie pulled over hair. But there was no hood. The head tapered in a way human skulls don't. More alarming, the figure's shoulders rose nearly level with the top of the door frame. We're not tall kids. Our door stood 6.5 feet. This thing looked nearer 7.5. Gray flesh hugged each bone as though the skin had shrunk 2 sizes too small. Ribs protruded, harsh under moonlight. I inhaled sharply. Slowly the figure bent forward. Its face emerged into the dim light spilling from the kitchen night lamp. Its skin was dull clay gray, pitted where cheeks should be. It had holes instead of eyes, smooth, black hollows absorbing light. When its mouth opened, jaws cracked wider than anatomy allowed, revealing rows upon rows of needle teeth like a shark's. Then it spoke, and I nearly dropped where I stood. The voice, raspy, distorted, mimicked Andre's bright tone. "Let me in." 3 simple words, cheerful, jaunty, wrong. Something primal inside me screamed no. I stumbled backward into the bunk room, slammed the door, and flicked the lock. Lucas shot upright on the couch down the hall. "What in the heck is that?" he yelled. The front knob rattled violently this time, scraping the metal strike plate. The frame shook. My only thought, weapon. Dad's 12-gauge was in the main bedroom closet, loaded with buckshot. Years of safe handling drilled into me meant I knew exactly where shells sat on the living room side table. Souvenir brass-topped shells Dad used as paperweights. Adrenaline took over. I dashed across the hallway. Lucas ducked as I skid into the bedroom, reminding me that Cole still lay half asleep nearby. But there was no chance to softly explain. We needed immediate defense. I emerged with the shotgun, snapped open the action, shoved home 3 shells, racked it. The metallic clack echoed like thunder. Lucas pressed against the wall, eyes wide. At the front door, the knob stilled. Silence again, but not calm. Air felt heavy, electric. Then came the moan. Imagine every horror film banshee scream blended with a fox shriek and a woman being startled awake. Clawed up our spines, vibrated the floorboards. I planted feet, aimed center mass through the reinforced glass panel, and pulled the trigger. 12-gauge recoil punched my shoulder. Glass shattered outward. The creature reeled back, roar warping into a warble of pain and rage. Its head, however, my target, jerked, flesh spraying, but it did not flop limp the way a deer drops when hit proper. Instead it lurched sideways, unsupported by physics, and another scream ripped from its throat. Its eye holes glowed pale violet for a flash, then fizzled. I pumped twice more. Second shot ripped into its clavicle. Third blast glanced a shoulder. The thing leapt back, no, flew might be closer, spanning the porch and dirt path in one twitch of limbs. That horrific speed answered any remaining doubt. No human costume pulled off parlor tricks. It howled once, then whipped around the side of the cabin. We heard thuds as its steps carried it down the hill, toward the cornfield. Rustling leaves grew distant with frightening speed. I pictured those stilt-like legs clearing 3 strides per second. It was inhuman. Lucas recovered first, grabbed Cole stumbling from the bedroom, and dragged him outside toward the car. I followed, shotgun still ready. The night radiated cold. Crickets had gone mute. Andre lay across the driver's seat, headphones askew, oblivious until we wrenched open the door. He jolted awake, eyes darting from our panicked faces to the smoking shotgun. No time for explanation. We hauled him sideways. Cole slid behind the wheel, still woozy but determined. I squeezed in passenger seat. Lucas folded into back. Andre tumbled across him. Cole fired the Civic's ignition and fishtailed gravel. Particles flew like sparks in headlights. As we crested the driveway's rise, I twisted to peer out the rear window. At the hill's base, between cabin and corn, stood the creature. Moonlight painted its silhouette in silver. It seemed taller now, spine stretched beyond imaginable vertebrae. One hand rested on the storage shed roof, although the shed sat 50 yards from where the creature should have been. The other hand dangled by its knee, claws scraping soil. When it saw me looking, its mouth unhinged into that cavity of razors and it laughed. A hyena cackle pitched through broken speakers. Then Cole's tires bit pavement, car roared, and the monster fell away behind tree shadows. The 15-minute drive back to Cole's felt like 3 seconds. None of us spoke beyond curses and gasps. Andre kept blinking, repeating, "I missed it? What happened?" while we stuttered fragments of explanation. Cole's parents' house never looked so comforting. Ordinary porch light, trimmed hedges, neighbor's sprinkler ticking. We stumbled inside. Upstairs, hallway clock read 3:12 a.m. Cole locked every door and window while Lucas double-checked each latch. My shoulder throbbed from recoil, but the ache proved I hadn't dreamed. Only after daylight dared peek through blinds did our heartbeat slow. Cole's mom padded downstairs around 7:30, surprised we were up so early. Lucas spun a tale. Raccoon fight outside cabin spooked us, so we packed early. Cole's mom shrugged, asked if we wanted pancakes. We ate in stunned, near silence. Finally, Cole fetched my shotgun case from the trunk and helped me wipe prints, unload. Dad arrived at the cabin near noon expecting to scout deer. He called, perplexed. Front door glass shattered, shells on living room floor, no clue why. I lied. Said I fired at a coyote prowling the porch and the recoil knocked the barrel into the glass. Dad scolded my recklessness but seemed relieved I was safe. He fixed the door same day and asked if I'd retrieved his bow. I hadn't. He found it toppled, arrows scattered as though something had rifled through them. We never told him about the creature. We told no one. In the weeks that followed, we scoured forums. Wendigo, Skinwalker, Fleshgate. Descriptions varied, but the mimicry of Andre's voice and the gnawing hunger for entry matched Wendigo lore eerily. Some legends say it stalks those who feed it with fear. Maybe blasting its head spared us from worse fate. Maybe it only retreated because dawn approached. Under bright midday sun, courage almost returned, until I remembered its speed across those 250 yards in 5 seconds. I haven't returned to the cabin. Corn grew tall, was harvested, fields plowed under. Dad stopped insisting I accompany him for archery practice. He chalks it up to teenage independence. Let him think that. Sometimes I lie awake and hear the phantom tap on my bedroom window. 3 quick knocks, pause, 3 more. Rational mind says tree branch. Instinct whispers door handle rattling. Voice that is not my friend's whispering. Let me in. And I remember that gray face, jaw wide, eyes hollow, sprinting through moonlit rows of corn. Remember how fast hunger moves when wrapped in skin too tight to contain it. I have spent almost every odd-numbered summer of my life at those family reunions in the Black Forest. And by now I can walk the trails around each youth hostel with my eyes closed. The routine never changes. Some branch of my father's sprawling German-Swiss clan reserves a building big enough for 50 relatives. A caravan of cousins arrives with suitcases and lawn games, and for 5 or 6 humid days we become a self-contained little village in the deep woods. We cook gigantic pots of spatzel, play cub until dusk, and try to remember which uncle is the son of which great-aunt. Most of the American side of the family rarely makes the trip. Plane tickets, language barriers, the usual, but even without them the head count hovers around 40. I am normally the eldest grandchild present, which means the younger cousins watch what I do and copy it, for better or worse. During the most recent reunion, the adults booked a hostel half an hour from the nearest town. A sturdy stone building that looked older than any 2 American cities combined. The windowsills were thick enough to sit on. The stairwells echoed at the slightest sound, and the woods pressed so close to the back wall that moss crept onto the lower bricks. In the mornings, the forest felt friendly. Sunlight pouring through beech leaves, woodpeckers tapping, the smell of wet pine needles rising like steam. But at night, that same forest turned genuinely black. A single mass that swallowed lantern beams and rustled with secrets. Down there, the trees do not space themselves politely like in a manicured park. They shoulder together, trunks twisted by centuries of wind, roots plunged into ravines no one remembers. If you leave the gravel path after dark, the dark will take you. I knew all of this. I had hiked those trails year after year, guiding wide-eyed younger cousins to hidden waterfalls and abandoned charcoal burners' huts. Yet, on that particular night, even before anything strange happened, I had the prickly sense that the forest was not exactly the same place I wandered as a child. The trouble started with boredom, a few bottles gone missing from someone's luggage, and my siblings' unstoppable talent for bad timing. My friends for the week were the familiar crew. My boyfriend Marvin, my twin sisters, people call them the twins because separating their names always feels odd. My cousin Sarah, and Sarah's younger brothers, Mark and Nick. Marvin and I are in our early 20s. Everyone else is 2 to 5 years younger. On the second to last evening, the twins got it into their heads that boring adult reunions require secret night missions. They slipped a small stash of schnapps and beer from the common pantry, smuggled it upstairs, and declared that the 6 of us would hike out after midnight, sit on a mossy log, and drink to independence. I groaned. Marvin pointed out that, technically, I was the responsible one, and if we stayed behind, the others would go without supervision. Better, he argued, to join them, keep an eye out for cliffs, and confiscate keys if anyone got dangerously drunk. We waited until conversation in the dining hall died down and the older generation began shuffling off to bed. Shoulders tired from carrying toddlers all day, feet sore from chasing rogue footballs across stony clearings. Around 11:30, we slipped on hoodies, each clicked on a flashlight, and filed out through the rear door into the cool July air. The forest swallowed us almost immediately. Within 20 paces, the glow of the hostel windows dimmed to a faint orange rectangle, and we were alone with moonlight and the hush of leaves stirring overhead. Germany's Schwarzwald earns its name at night. Even with a waxing moon, the place between trunks turns to thick ink. As the eldest, I insisted we stick to the official hiking trail, an old charcoal hauler's route packed hard as asphalt by centuries of foot traffic and bordered on both sides by shallow ditches. The younger ones promised obedience, though I knew their curiosity. Sarah loved bragging that she could identify 3 species of owl by call. Mark spent whole afternoons carving wooden swords. Nick, who had discovered horror podcasts that year, kept quoting legends about headless horsemen and moss spirits. 2 minutes into the hike, the twins, Sarah, and Nick began teasing each other, darting from one side of the path to the other. Their laughter bounced between trunks. Marvin remained beside me, shining his torch forward, step steady, the quiet anchor to our noisy boat. After 10 minutes, we reached a small clearing, a wedge of earth where charcoal burners once built cone-shaped piles of smoldering beach. Nothing remained except a low ring of stones blackened decades ago. Somebody had left a crude bench fashioned from 2 logs and a splintery plank, probably for day hikers. The 6 of us dropped backpacks, cracked bottle caps, and toasted to the full moon overhead. 1 beer might calm nerves, but 3 beers mixed with a swig of peach schnapps turned 17-year-olds into comedians. The twins performed exaggerated opera arias about mosquitoes. Nick told a ghost story about a woman in white who steals travelers' shadows. Sarah, normally thoughtful, climbed onto the bench and pretended to conduct an invisible orchestra until she wobbled and nearly fell. I held my single drink unopened. Marvin sipped half a bottle, then stashed it, wary of the alcohol's hidden punch. We let the younger ones burn energy. At some point, Mark and the twins drifted off the path, chasing a glowworm. Their giggles drifted deeper into the trees. Marvin tilted his head, listening. "We're losing them. Give it a minute. Glowworms die quick fun." I tried for a joke, but kept feeling that prickle on the back of my neck, the sense of being intruded upon. I clicked off my flashlight to see if eyes would adjust. The moon threw silver light on the path, but between pillars of bark it was truly black. A minute later, Sarah's shriek shattered the quiet. It came from somewhere beyond that wall of shadow to our right. My insides seized. Then another laugh followed. Mark's unmistakable cackle, and my heartbeat slowed. Prank. Had to be. I stood, dusted pine needles off my jeans. Okay. Search party. Marvin and I followed the faint voices into the undergrowth. Branches scraped my sleeves. In places, the ground fell away unexpectedly. Shallow sinkholes swallowed footsteps. We called the twins' names. More laughter answered, but sound direction twisted. It seemed to echo from behind us, although I knew the others had walked ahead. "Guys, stay visible," Marvin warned. No reply. That creeping unease thickened into dread. I swung the flashlight across tree trunks, searching for silhouettes. Nothing but bark and darkness. Then a giggle right over my shoulder. I spun. Empty air. Marvin sucked a breath. "That's not them." He gestured. We hurried forward. We shouted again, louder now, urgency bleeding through. "Nick, Sarah, twins, answer." Somewhere deeper, a voice that could have been Nick's yelled, "Sarah threw up." The words rode a note of amusement, then devolved into hacking wretches. Okay, maybe not a prank. Maybe too much schnapps. We pushed toward the noise. The forest floor sloped downward, loose stones sliding under boots. I glimpsed a moonlit patch 20 meters ahead. Another small clearing. We stepped into it and found no one. Silence swallowed the space. Not silence exactly. An odd hush in which every cricket had paused, every leaf stilled, like the forest inhaling. My ears rang with my own pulse. From behind us came the same phrase we'd heard earlier. Sarah threw up, but wrong. The accent was flat, syllables spaced oddly, half a beat between words. And though it used Nick's voice, it had no warmth, no breath. Marvin's eyes widened. We pivoted. Nothing. Branches snapped to our left. Heavy footsteps? Hard to tell. We had lost all sense of direction. For the first time, I felt truly afraid. A cold, ancient fear from childhood nights when I convinced myself there were wolves under the bed. Only this was no child's fantasy. Something lurked in the trees. Something that had learned enough human sounds to mock us. I opened my mouth to signal retreat when luminous shapes emerged 50 meters away. My twin sisters, Sarah, and Nick stumbling onto the trail, silhouettes cut from moonlight. They weren't laughing now. Sarah wiped her mouth, confirming vomit. The twins' flashlights bobbed unsteadily. The younger four looked relieved to see us, but confusion clouded their faces when they noticed Marvin and me coming from a different direction than expected. No time to explain. "Back to the road," I ordered. "Now." Something in my tone convinced them, or maybe the eerie hush convinced them. We herded the group toward the original trail. Behind us, the mimic giggled again, louder, closer. The laugh carried a coyote's tremor, pitched too high, then dropped too low. Sarah whimpered. Mark yanked a branch from a sapling as a makeshift club. I took the lead, flashlight sweeping the path. The gravel crunched quick beneath 8 pairs of boots. The hush behind us deepened, but occasionally a twig snapped, footfall heavy, pacing us. My mind flew to legends I knew only in passing, Waldschrat, Nachtkrap, Wiseman, but none fit. This voice, this mocking echo, belonged to something worse. The trail twisted up a low ridge. At the crest, the trees thinned enough for moonlight to flood in. I risked a glance back. Between 2 trunks something moved. Tall, sinewy, stooped. The outline stood barely visible except for eyes like sparks of amber. The creature's proportions felt wrong. Arms swinging too long, knees bending backward like a stag standing upright. Antlers? Perhaps horns of twisted wood or bone. My breath caught. Marvin hissed, "Go!" The younger cousins had sensed nothing specific yet. They obeyed purely on trust and terror. We half ran now, gravel slipping underfoot, downhill toward the 1-lane road where we'd left the hostel earlier that evening. Halfway there I stumbled, caught myself against a trunk, and glimpsed the creature step from shadow into patchy moonlight. It was no hallucination. Ribs pushed against gray skin stretched like old paper. Its head cocked in an almost curious angle, eyes pinning me. Lips slid back from a mouth packed with narrow teeth. Too many teeth, arranged in rings. From that throat came a sound halfway between chuckle and snarl. I bolted. We spilled from forest to gravel road in a tangle of arms. The hostel lights glimmered faint between second row of trees, maybe 400 meters ahead. "Straight line, no stopping," I shouted. Marvin again pulled rear guard, refusing to turn his back. I could hear him muttering calming nonsense. "Easy now. Keep moving, nearly there." But every so often his voice cracked. Something skittered through underbrush parallel to the road, matching our pace. Suddenly my foot caught on a rock. I pitched forward, palms slamming pebbles. Pain flared. Flashlight clattered away. Before I could rise, I sensed weight behind me. Marvin hauled me up by my jacket collar. Over my shoulder, I glimpsed what he must have seen. The creature stepping from the ditch onto the road, knees bending wrong, shoulders hunching to clear low branches. Its height was less if measured upright, perhaps only 2 meters, but the limbs gave it horrifying reach. It paused, eyes glinting, tongue sliding across jagged teeth as though tasting the air. Someone screamed. Might have been me. We sprinted. At the hostile entrance, Marvin shoved me forward, then turned to face the road. The creature had stopped 30 paces away, just beyond the halo of porch light. I wanted to drag Marvin inside, but his stare remained locked. The thing leaned forward, sniffed, and spoke in a voice that blended my sister's giggle with Sarah's wretch hollowed tone. Sarah threw up. Locked. The thing leaned forward, sniffed, and spoke in a voice that blended my sister's giggle with Sarah's wretch hollowed tone. Sarah threw up. The phrase chilled me more than any growl. It was not communication but mimicry, a parrot echoing something it did not understand. Yet behind the words I felt a promise. Next time it would learn deeper sounds. Our names, our pleas. Then the creature retreated. It did not flee. Rather, it folded backward into darkness, joints telescoping, eyes fading last. Marvin stumbled inside. We slammed the bolt. In the common room, we flicked on every lamp, huddled on 2 couches. Breath came in ragged bursts. The younger cousins trembled. We whispered fractured retellings. Impossible limbs, glowing eyes, hyena laughter. Could it have been a stag diseased, a prankster in stilts? Yet each description matched, especially the mouthful of needle teeth. No one slept. We listened to footfalls that might have been nocturnal animals, to wind that might have been imitation laughter. Dawn arrived like rescue. Birds dared sing again at first light. Breakfast clatter in the hostile kitchen gradually muffled the memory. We never told the adults. Loki, the uncle, would scoff we had drunk too much. Aunt Greta would confiscate passports for fear her children had strayed near traffickers. Anyway, what proof had we? No claw marks on the door, no photograph, no witness outside our own small circle. Only 7 people, Marvin, me, and 4 shaking cousins, who will never forget the sight of something ancient stepping from dark timber and repeating our voices back to us. I still return to reunions. I still love the Black Forest. But when the younger cousins ask me to lead nighttime adventures now, I invent excuses. Early flight, twisted ankle, sudden migraine. Let them think I'm old and boring. I'm content to keep them near the lights, where trees remain trees and laughter belongs only to children. We closed the climbing center at 7 on a Monday evening in early June. The wall lights clicked off row by row until the warehouse returned to its normal, musky half-dark. Harnesses dangled from plywood anchors, the crash mats smelled of chalk and rubber, and I gave the lead ropes one last tug before locking the door behind us. That night felt different. Instead of racing for the tram and the usual routine of shower-cook collapse, 4 of us were about to drive south, cross the border, and trade fluorescent resin holds for real limestone. Our little group had been daydreaming about a proper trip since Easter, and at last the calendars lined up. I am 18, old enough to sign my own waiver at work, young enough to feel invincible. My boyfriend, Eric, had already turned 19 and owned the battered Opel Astra that would carry us into Switzerland. Laura, my closest friend at the hall, was 18 too, though you would never guess it from the neat Wiccan altar she kept in her flat and the way she measured words as if they might summon something. Nico, her boyfriend, rounded us out at 21. In a place where most employees were 30-somethings with climbing guide licenses, we were the kindergarten of the staff, forever volunteering for the late shifts and swapping belay partners whenever the manager looked the other way. At 8, we rolled out of the car park, windows down, gear stuffed into the boot like puzzle pieces. 2 3-season tents for sleeping bags, 8 quick draws, a 50-meter rope still smelling of factory wax, harnesses, helmets, a borrowed camp stove, and enough instant coffee to keep an army awake. Our plan was simple on paper. Drive 6 hours to an Alpine Valley Eric had visited once with his parents. Hike 2 days along a network of shepherd trails. Climb whatever looked safe, wild camp each night, then loop back to the car and be home before anyone missed a shift. Weather forecast, High pressure, no thunderstorms. Risk assessment. We were young, fit, and thoughtful enough to double-check each other's knots. What could truly go wrong? The first hint of unease crept in as dusk settled over the A81 Autobahn. I was in the back seat watching the horizon swallow the last band of salmon-pink light when Laura cleared her throat. She wore her headphones slung around her neck. Tinny harp music leaked out. "Just so everyone hears this once," she said, twisting to face us. "I light a protection charm before every trip. It's tradition. If you want to laugh, laugh now." Nico drummed the steering wheel with 2 fingers. "I'm driving shots. If your spell breaks the engine, you're paying for a tow." Eric, beside me, snorted. How does a spell know the difference between a flat tire and, say, a demon bear? Laura ignored the jokes, dug a thumb-sized bundle of sage and lavender from her rucksack, and held it up. "We cleanse, we thank the land, we keep a low profile," she said. That's all. I had worked with Laura long enough to respect her boundaries. "Light it at camp," I suggested. "Wind through the windows will blow it out anyway." She eased back. "Okay, camp it is." Conversation drifted to trail grades and whether Swiss cows really wore bells at night. When signs for the border appeared, Eric tapped my knee. Hungry, starving, I realized. A rest stop served our last hot meal until we reached the valley. After that, headlights cut through sleeping villages, engines strained up switchbacks, and the forest thickened outside. Spruce on spruce, trunks pressed so close that moonlight barely hit the moss. Our campsite on the first night was less wilderness getaway and more abandoned lay-by. We found a flat patch between a gravel track and a half-dried stream and pitched tents in torchlight. The air smelled of wet pine needles and snowmelt. We clanked together a quick dinner from tins of lentils and pretended it was delicious, then crawled into sleeping bags, the roar of river water in our ears. If any spirits prowled nearby, they left us alone. Morning erased the road dust from our moods. Alpine ridges towered blue-gray against a sky so sharp it hurt to stare. Dew glittered on dwarf willow leaves. Nico boiled coffee in a battered mocha pot while Eric and I filtered water. By 9, we were shouldering packs and stepping onto an unmarked shepherd path that zigzagged uphill. Flowers I couldn't name brushed our calves. Marmots whistled and vanished between rocks. We hiked until sweat glued shirts to skin, then dropped gear and spent the afternoon climbing a limestone face maybe 30 meters tall, bolted decades earlier by some local club. Nothing serious. Grade 5, grade 6, plenty of jugs, plenty of sunshine. Laura led one route, clipped the anchor, and hooped at the valley unfolding below. Carpet of grass, thread of river, toothy peaks at the skyline. That evening, after pitching camp on a small plateau cushioned by heather, we built a fire in a natural bowl where smoke rose without scattering into trees. Dusk painted the stones gold, then plum, then deep blue. We roasted half-stale bread on sticks and argued over which band wrote the best climbing soundtrack. Eric voted for an obscure Swedish metal group no one else had heard of. Nico countered with Rammstein. Laura rolled her eyes and said, "Music is vibration. Vibration shapes intent. You lot pick angry songs, you get angry cliffs." We laughed. Not at her, really, just at how serious she sounded, and pulled closer to the flames as cold crept downslope. By the third night, routine felt as comfortable as the inside of our own living room. We finished the last of our pasta, opened a cheap bottle of red wine, and stacked fresh branches onto embers that pulsed like dragon hearts. Eric lifted a toast to gravity for testing us but not breaking us. We sipped, grimaced at the vinegar tang, and sipped again. Stars surfaced. Laura drew her hood and stared into the fire as if reading shapes. It was Nico who nudged the conversation toward darker territory. "All right, ghost stories," he announced, poking the log so sparks spiraled upward. "Swiss edition. Anyone know why the Jungfrau Peak is called the Maiden?" Eric leaned back on his elbows. "Because men who climb it remain virgins forever?" I threw bark at him. Nico shushed us and spun a tale about a nun who fled her convent, tried to cross a glacier, fell into a crevasse, and whose wailing still echoes across snowfields. He delivered it well enough that goosebumps prickled my arms despite the fire's heat. Eric countered with Krampus lore, horns, chains, sacks for naughty children. I shared snippets of Schwarzwald legends, the headless horseman who rides the oxen trail, the Hexenlock witches who brew storms in black cauldrons hung from fir branches. Each story provoked nervous laughter, then silence, then the next. Laura listened but said little. Midnight crept up unnoticed until the air turned from cool to biting. When Eric's teeth chattered, I declared surrender. We doused the fire, watched steam hiss where water met coals, then split to our tents. Nico zipped up beside Laura. Eric and I wriggled into double-insulated bags, pressed cold noses together, whispered a silly goodnight. I slept fast and deep until Eric's arm cinched around my waist hard enough to bruise. The noise that woke him woke me a beat later. Not a noise exactly, but the absence of one. Stillness so absolute that my own heartbeat felt intrusive. Usually night in the Alps crawls with sound. Crickets, distant water, the soft clink of cowbells in lower pastures. Now nothing. Eric's breath feathered my ear. "Don't move," he mouthed. My pulse drummed. I waited for some explanation. Falling rock? Maybe, or one of our friends sneaking out to pee. Instead, muffled whimpering seeped through nylon walls. A human sound, though too quiet to identify. I rolled onto one elbow, eased my hand until fingers brushed the pack near my head. Inside, among headlamps and energy bars, lay the machete we'd packed more for trail clearing than self-defense. Its edge dull but intimidating. Eric's eyes locked on mine. He formed the word quiet, then pointed downward, toward the machete. I understood. Slowly, I unzipped the bag. My fingertips found cold steel just as a grunt echoed from somewhere beyond our tent. Not the squeal of a wild boar, not the cough of a deer. Lower, wetter, threaded with something almost like language. I froze. Eric's grip on my arm tightened. Another sound followed, stranger still. A two-note whistle, descending interval, repeated. I had heard shepherds call dogs that way. I had heard children mimic birds. Yet this carried weight, vibration, like wind forcing through a cracked door. Then footsteps, heavy, deliberate, pacing along the grass. They stopped beside the other tent. Inside that thin membrane of nylon, Laura's laugh cut short. A zipper hissed. Fabric tore. She screamed. Raw, terrified, nothing theatrical about it. Eric jolted upright, ripping open our zipper, machete in hand. Cold blasted in. He lunged barefoot into night. I scrambled behind, adrenaline peeling sleep from my eyes. The scene in moonlight felt carved from some older, fiercer world. Laura and Nico's tent sagged, side wall shredded like tissue. Gear lay scattered, cams, draws, coils of rope gleaming silver. Nico shouted, voice cracking with rage and shock. Laura knelt clutching her sleeping bag to her chest, eyes wide as glacier circles. Eric brandished the machete, scanning tree line. Something moved beyond the clearing, massive shoulders merging with shadow, legs too long, too jointed. It walked upright, yet its silhouette reminded me of an elk standing on hind legs, head crowned with irregular shapes. Branches? Horns? I saw it only for a heartbeat before it slipped into darkness, but that was enough. The proportions were wrong for any animal I knew, wrong for any man. The four of us hovered together, backs to the dying embers. Laura trembled. Eric's chest heaved. No one suggested pursuit. Instead, Eric fed dry grass onto coals, coaxed flame, piled branches until fire blazed head-high. Light painted our faces ghost white. In its glow, we assessed damage. The cut in the tent began at ground level and sliced upward, as if claws or a heavy knife had hooked fabric. Footprints, if they were prints at all, dotted soft soil near the perimeter. Elongated ovals pressed inches deep, heel non-existent, toe end flared. Nico whispered, ungulate. Eric said, not with feet like that. We stoked the fire until dawn. No more laughter came from the trees, no whistles, no grunts. Still the forest felt crowded, watched. I caught myself scanning gaps between trunks, expecting antlers to glint. Laura sat cross-legged, eyes closed, fingers tracing a crescent moon necklace. She breathed in for 5 counts, out for 5 counts, over and over. Protection charm, I thought. Too late. When first light paled the eastern ridge, we broke camp at record speed. Stuffing damp tents into sacks, jamming metal into packs without order, shivering though sun had not yet reached us. We hiked without breakfast, without conversation, boots skidding on dew-slick stones. The valley road appeared mid-morning, the car a battered green refuge. Only once we locked doors did anyone speak. Laura, voice hoarse, recited local lore. When Christianity spread across these mountains, she said, monks banned older rites. But before that, villagers paid respect to liminal spirits, guardians, tricksters, whatever walked the slopes during solstice weeks. Supposedly witches gathered on outcrops to barter protection from things older than human memory. She quoted a phrase in Romance that translated to shadow shepherds, beings who herd the restless dead toward winter. Eric shook his head. We're weeks from solstice. She met his eyes. Spirits don't own calendars. The drive home sagged under fatigue. Radio stayed off. Each of us replayed the night in silence, trying to graft logic onto the impossible. Could it have been a stag with mange, disoriented, slashing the tent by accident? Could the whistle be human, poacher, drunk hermit, mountain rescue team lost? No answer satisfied the part of me that had seen that figure's silhouette, arms too long, head too high, vanishing between spruces like smoke. Back at the climbing hall a week later, customers tied figure-8 knots, children squealed on auto ballet, life resumed. The 4 of us never filed an incident report. What would we write? Encountered entity, unknown classification, retreated without injury. We replaced the trash tent, glued confidence back together through mundane rituals, inventory checks, coffee breaks, setting new boulder problems. Yet some nights, closing time, when lights shut off one by one and echo pooled in rafters, I caught Eric pausing at the exit, listening for silence so deep it erased crickets. If he heard it, he never said. Laura still lights sage before a journey. I never laugh. There are gaps in the Alps where cell signals die, where roads stop, where ancestors once prayed to keep shadow shepherds at bay. Perhaps prayer is memory. A warning passed to anyone who lingers too long by a midnight fire, daring legends to walk out of the tree line. We dared once. We will not dare again.